Chapter 439. In the face of this strange and terrifying howl, of all the saints present, only the white-haired priest was able to maintain his composure. Her tone was even calm. Baji, bring Xiang Shou's head to me. It's in my cultivation room, and I've already paid respects to it. Qin Baji gritted his teeth and left without a word. This was tradition. This was tradition. Qin Qi Shu and Qing Jui remained silent, their faces filled with shame. Young man from a foreign land. The priest looked at Jiang Wang. Didn't you ask me what the predicament of the blessed land was? Our sacred clan had no choice but to let the young warriors of our clan kill each other, and then the warrior who died from Xiang Shou must bring his head. This is the predicament we are facing. What is the cause of this predicament? Jiang Wang was affected by this oppressive atmosphere, his voice faintly hoarse. That howl just now? The old priest looked at him and told him this story. A long time ago, a tailless swallow came to the door and spoke in human language. Good people, my stomach is rumbling and I'm about to starve to death. Can you give me something to eat? A kind-hearted sacred clan girl brought over some fruit. The tailless swallow said, No, I don't eat this. The sacred clan girl brought it a bowl of rice and a bowl of water. The tailless swallow said, How can these things fill my stomach? The sacred clan girl became angry. What do you want to eat? The tailless swallow revealed a ferocious expression. Only your head can quench my hunger. After saying this, it pounced on the sacred clan girl. This scene was seen by a sacred warrior. The sacred warrior raised his bow and shot the swallow to death with a single arrow. But the terrifying thing was that the tailless swallow appeared again the next day. It was exactly the same, not a single feather was harmed. It even used the exact same tone to plead. Good people, my stomach is rumbling and I'm about to starve to death. Can you give me something to eat? Everyone already knew its ferocious appearance, so no one answered. The brave sacred clan warrior immediately shot it to death. In order to prevent this strange tailless swallow from reviving again, the sacred warriors burned its body to ashes. But on the third day, the tailless swallow appeared again. This time, it cried, I'm starving to death, please give me a head to eat. Of course, no one would agree. The sacred race warriors killed it again, but in the process of killing it, the sacred race warriors discovered that it was much stronger and more agile than before. Killing it was no longer as easy as before. The fourth day, the fifth day, every time the tailless swallow was killed, it would reappear the next day in perfect condition. And it was even stronger than the day before. No matter how its corpse was treated, whether it was buried, chopped up, or even roasted by warriors, it would always come back to life. Finally, one day, the sacred warriors were no longer a match for it and were killed in a fight. The tailless swallow pecked off the head of the poor holy race warrior and ate it in a few bites. Then, he happily said to the people, This is the 100th head I've eaten. Kind people, thank you. I'm full. See you in a year. With that, it flew away. And sure enough, it didn't appear again until a year later, when the tailless swallow reappeared. The sacred race warriors had already prepared for an entire year, setting up a trap and working together to kill it. They used chains to bind its body, put it inside a wooden coffin made of divine dragon wood, and buried the coffin in front of the tree altar, hoping to borrow divine power to suppress the evil entity. But to their despair, the tailless swallow revived the next day. And just like before, it became even stronger. In a great battle, it killed 17 sacred race warriors and ate the head of one of them. When it left, it said, I'm full, thank you for your hospitality. See you in a year. A year later, when the tailless swallow reappeared, everyone had different opinions. Some people trained their skills to fight against the tailless swallow again, while others tried to use new methods to stop the tailless swallow from reviving. At this time, a sacred race warrior stood up and said, It only needs to eat one head, why do we have to sacrifice so many people? This warrior committed suicide in front of the tailless swallow, offering his head as a sacrifice. After the tailless swallow ate the head, it left without harming anyone else. This sacrifice continued to this day, which was the predecessor of the sacred race's mutual hunt tradition. This story wasn't long, but it was exceptionally dark and despairing. A monster that could never be completely killed, and only grew stronger the more they fought against it, turned something as shocking as eating human heads into a habit. People feared it, but also got used to it. The white-haired old woman finished telling this story. Jiang Wang and the others fell silent. The sacred race's mutual hunt tradition was a great sacrifice. But from another point of view, wasn't this the history of the tailless swallow taming the so-called sacred race? I have a question, Wu Qiuji directly asked. Since that tailless swallow only needs to eat one head a year, why don't you send the sacred race instead? Why don't you send the elderly or children who can't work, instead of sending the young warriors of your race to their deaths? In terms of value, it's not appropriate. Young warriors should be the guarantee of the race's survival, right? The old shaman looked at him deeply. The elderly are history, the children are the future. Losing history, losing honor. Losing the future, losing everything. We don't have a tradition of sending the elderly and children to their deaths. Qing Jui glared at Wu Qiuji. Although the sacred race had no choice but to submit, our backbone hasn't been broken. At this moment Jiang Wang asked, "Is that tailless swallow Yan Xiao?" Before entering the divine Shadowland, Qing Qishu had mentioned this taboo name, which had left a deep impression on him. Yan Xiao? Before the old shaman could nod, Su Qi was the first to speak out of curiosity. When the old shaman was telling the story of the tailless swallow, Su Qi had been thinking about something. "Young man, you know of Yan Xiao?" The old shaman looked at Su Qi with his turbid eyes. "I once flipped through an ancient text, and there was a passage that recorded Yan Xiao," Su Qi said hesitantly. Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. An ancient text in the modern realm that recorded the tailless swallow of the forest sea origin realm? This matter was becoming more and more mysterious. Everyone looked at Su Qi inquisitively. He thought for a moment, then declared, "I'm not sure if it's true or not, I'll only say that I saw it." "There's no harm in saying it." Su Qi organized his words and said, "According to the records of that ancient text, swallows are good birds, while owls are evil birds. In ancient times people hated owls. They beheaded the owls and hung them on trees for public display. This was the origin of beheading in public display. This became a punishment that the human race still uses to this day. People would often cut off the heads of the victims and hang them on trees for public display. It was said that after the owls died, their evil thoughts would not disappear. Out of 100,000 owls that were hung for public display, only one bird of extreme evil would be born from the head. Its name was Yan Xiao. It was said that this was the evil thoughts of the owls. Because they hated birds, humans loved swallows, but hated owls so much that they took the form of a swallow. It wanted to use its swallow form to kill. It used the form that humans loved to kill humans. Because it was born from a head, it was born with a head but no tail. Therefore, the biggest difference between Yan Xiao and swallows was that Yan Xiao had no tail. Yan Xiao was the most evil of owls. It was born cruel and fed on the heads of living beings. At the end, Su Qi's voice even trembled slightly. "When Yan Xiao cries, it will eat 100 heads." Chapter 440. Yan Xiao's cry will devour 100 heads. These words made one's courage go numb. Qing Qishu muttered, "So it's such a monster." Qing Jui asked, "Is there any record of how to destroy it in that ancient tome?" Based on Jiang Wang's observations, the sacred race clansmen present only knew of Yan Xiao's name, its appearance as a tailless swallow, and its history of committing evil in the forest ocean origin world. However, they weren't aware of Su Qi's description. Only the old shaman remained calm and didn't seem surprised. "She's been to the modern realm? Or someone from the modern realm?" Jiang Wang had his own guesses. Su Qi shook his head. That ancient tome is very damaged and only records this much about Yan Shao. Before coming here, I thought it was just a dark legend. What's the name of that tome? Wu Qiuji asked curiously. It doesn't have a name. It's very damaged. Most of the records are just a few words. Jiang Wang asked, Where did you get that tome? Su Qi's expression was somewhat unnatural. He paused for a moment before answering, It's passed down in my family. Su Qi's description of the ancient tome actually left Jiang Wang puzzled. Was Yan Shao born from the evil intent of an owl or from the hatred of the human race? However, there might not be an answer to this question. Jiang Wang thought for a moment before saying, That Yan Shao is immortal. I really don't know how we can help you resolve your predicament. The old shaman's eyes were deep as he said slowly, This Yan Shao was born in this realm, so it cannot be destroyed. You are people from beyond this realm. Summoned by the dragon god, you are the only ones who can truly destroy Yan Shao. Jiang Wang exchanged a few glances with Wu Qiuji and Su Qi, exchanging a few opinions. At least for now, their interests were aligned. We don't have that much confidence in ourselves, Jiang Wang said. Don't, Mr. Zhang. Qing Qishu said anxiously. The dragon god is blessed by the gods. What are you worried about? At first, his attitude towards Jiang Wang was very disdainful, but after teaching him, he already somewhat approved of him. After the spectacle of the dragon god and Jiang Wang's identity as the emissary of the dragon god, they became even closer to each other. Jiang Wang sighed but didn't answer Qing Qishu. Instead, he looked at the priest and asked, Isn't the land of God Shadow supposed to block out danger? Without the approval of the dragon god, no one could enter this place. You can live in the shadowed land and never go out. Why should I fear Yan Shao? The priest was silent. Qing Qishu was stunned. The answer was simple. Because Yan Shao could also come and go freely in the land of divine shade. If the land of divinity was where the god's blessing was, then it could be deduced that Yan Shao also had the dragon god's blessing. This logic was so simple that it wasn't that Qing Qishu and the others couldn't understand it, but they subconsciously refused to think in this direction. Because in the long history of the sacred clan, the dragon god was their only faith. The dragon god's favor was the source of all their self-esteem and pride. Yan Shao was also blessed by the gods? If it were a saint with a weak mind, their faith would have collapsed on the spot. But this was the truth. Blue Flower Qishu Jiuyi, you all go back first. After a moment of silence, the priest looked at Jiang Wang and said, Young man from a foreign land, you represent the dragon god's messenger, I represent the sacred clan. Let's talk alone? Jiang Wang couldn't make the decision himself. He looked at Wu Qiuji and Su Qi. Are you willing to believe me? I will speak to her on your behalf. Wu Qiuji didn't say anything. He probably didn't believe it too much, but he didn't pretend. Su Qi was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. The man from Qingyang town who returned the Lian family's life tablet, I naturally trust him. Jiang Wang's eyes focused. He couldn't help but re-evaluate this person in his heart. He knew that Su Qi might have an impression of him, but he didn't expect this person to know him so well. Returning the Lian Ke life tablet was already something that happened in the Tianfu secret realm. That was also the first time Jiang Wang entered the sights of Qi. After that, he became famous again. He was already on the battlefield of Qiyang. And this person called Su Qi, in just a short sentence, had already completely shown his understanding of him, and didn't expose that he had borrowed Zhang Linchuan's name. Just this ability to collect information was better than most of the cultivators who participated in the Qixing Pavilion's secret realm. Others might also collect information, but most of the focus was on Lei Zhanqian, Li Fengyao, Fang Chong, and the others. How could they collect so much information on Jiang Wang? Hearing Su Qi's words, Wu Qiuji thought for a moment and said, You're so unwilling to suffer losses, so you're willing. Then I'm also willing. Su Qi, Who said Wu Qiuji was stupid? Wasn't this very smart? Jiang Wang pulled them to the side. Do you have a pen and paper? If you have any needs, you can write them down for me. I'll consider them during the negotiation later. No matter what, he had fought with organizations like the Four Seas Business Alliance. He was full of confidence in the negotiation. Su Qi's storage box was filled with pen and paper, and he immediately took them out and divided them with Wu Qiuji, writing down their needs and handing them over to Jiang Wang. Since they had already reached an agreement, the Sacred Race's people led them away first. Only Jiang Wang and the old priestess remained in front of the altar to talk. We still have to give it a try, right? The old priestess spoke first as she watched them leave. Whether it's for us or for yourselves, one should never underestimate the intelligence of others. Jiang Wang was keenly aware that he wanted to fight for his own benefits, but this matter couldn't be discussed in the open, because in the end, they had to find a way to leave the Forest Ocean origin realm and return to the modern realm. From the looks of it, defeating Yan Xiao was a feasible path, and their gains from this trip would most likely be Yan Zhao's. Of course, Yan Xiao was a thorn in the side of the Sacred Race, but he had existed for many years, so it wasn't impossible for him to survive. However, to Jiang Wang and the others, this was a path that they had to take. The old priestess' words were a reminder to him of this. Compared to Qing Qishu and the others, the old priestess clearly had a deeper understanding of the identity of the dragon god emissary. This understanding wasn't even limited to the dragon god's divine edict. It was just that he didn't know to what extent did she, who lived in the Forest Ocean origin realm, know about the exploration of the Seven-Star Pavilion's secret realm? Had the Forest Ocean origin realm communicated with the modern realm 1,000 years before the dragon god emissary's arrival? Jiang Wang thought for a moment, then said, "There's a saying in my hometown, don't accept rewards if you don't deserve them. On the other hand, if you do something, you should be rewarded." I understand. The old priestess pretended to be enlightened and said in a gentle voice, "You were summoned here by the dragon god. After you complete your guidance, the dragon god will naturally reward you. Of course, I won't doubt the credibility of a great god. But after all, your Lord Dragon God has never directly given us guidance. Everything we have heard and know is based on your paraphrase and analysis, priest. Even Saintess Qing, and you might not be able to completely interpret the dragon god's divine edict, am I right?" Jiang Wang was very satisfied with his words. "I don't doubt you, so there's no way for me to explain. You don't need to explain, but you need to give me a reason to trust you. Simply put, you've skipped the discussion of whether or not we need compensation and directly asked what kind of compensation you can give us." Then, the old priestess glanced at him. "Young man, what do you want?" "There's hope. Please wait a moment." Jiang Wang immediately took out Wu Qiuji and Su Qi's slips of paper and read them. Wu Qiuji's handwriting was extremely ugly, and his handwriting was very large. 4 words took up the entire surface of the paper. On it was written, "Peerless Divine Technique." Jiang Wang expressionlessly folded this slip of paper and opened Su Qi's slip of paper. Su Qi's voice was gruff and unpleasant to the ear, but his handwriting was delicate and beautiful. His small regular script was clean and neat. On it was written, "A treasure map with all the treasures in the Forest Ocean origin realm." "These greedy bastards! I'm ashamed to be associated with you." He crumpled the 2 slips of paper together. Jiang Wang sincerely looked at the old priestess and said seriously, "Do you have any treasures that can increase one's lifespan by 100 years? Chapter 441. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's reasonable request, the old shaman almost couldn't catch his breath. Fortunately, he didn't send Jiang Wang flying with a slap. He only said, "I don't have that." Jiang Wang blinked. "It's fine if it can increase my lifespan by 20 years. The old woman sized up Jiang Wang and seemed to have discovered something. "No wonder you're so anxious about this. turns out that your lifespan is limited. As the leader of the sacred race, she chose to negotiate with Jiang Wang alone, not because she liked Jiang Wang. Instead, it was because of two reasons. First, Jiang Wang was the strongest of the three emissaries and had the most authority. Second, from her judgment of people, Jiang Wang had principles, bottom lines, and propriety. He wasn't someone who would ask for too much. Her judgment wasn't wrong. However, Jiang Wang, who had come to the 7-star pavilion's secret realm, had already thrown caution to the wind in order to make up for his regrets. He had abandoned the intense situation in Linzi and came to the 7-star pavilion alone. His goal was very clear, and that was to reap some benefit. Otherwise, Cheng Gengxing would have chosen to take on Wang Yiwu alone, and this risk would have been in vain. The old shaman weighed the pros and cons for a while before saying, "Compared to you, the sacred race has a long lifespan. If you consider accepting the dragon god's baptism and becoming a member of the sacred race, with your talent, it won't be a problem to increase your lifespan to 1,000 years. How about it? After you kill Yan Shao, I can personally host the ceremony for you." Of course, this was an irresistible temptation. In the modern realm, even Divine Advent realm experts who had broken through the lifespan of mortals were limited to 518 years. As long as one joined the sacred race, their lifespan would be increased to 1,000 years, and they would live even longer than Divine Advent realm experts. However, there were always gains and losses in everything. The Forest Ocean sacred race had such a long lifespan, so what did they lose? Jiang Wang calmly asked. If I join the sacred race, can I still leave the Forest Ocean origin realm? The old shaman shook his head regretfully. The sacred race dedicates our entire lives to the dragon god. We believe in him, serve him, and die here. That won't be my choice, Jiang Wang said without hesitation. Family and friends, love and hate, career and future, everything was in the modern world, a place that he had measured with his feet. If he wanted to spend the rest of his life in the Forest Ocean origin world, then what was the point of living for 1,000 years? However, in terms of lifespan, even though the Sunhai sacred race was the human race, their origins were different. In terms of lifespan alone, it wasn't wrong to call them the sacred clan. No wonder they were so arrogant. They had the right to be arrogant. However, although the sacred clan had a long lifespan, their flaws were also very obvious. He couldn't leave the Forest Ocean origin realm or break free from the divine favor. These weren't the only flaws, but just these 2 points alone were enough for Jiang Wang to reject. Moreover, judging from the sacred warriors he had met so far, whether it was 7 tree, 8 branches, or 9 leaf, they were all at least 100 or 200 years old. However, not a single one of them could make Jiang Wang feel like he could not defeat them. It might not be because their talents were inferior. It might have something to do with the way they grew up. The old priestess had obviously expected Jiang Wang's response. She sighed. Then there's nothing I can do. If you're so obsessed with a longevity treasure, then the only thing I can give you is information on where to find it. Moreover, I can't be sure if this information is still reliable, and that place isn't in the Forest Ocean origin world. I can only guarantee the authenticity of this information. You can swear a divine oath in front of the altar. These words were rather interesting. Jiang Wang frowned. Isn't that the same as not having any? You can't say that, young man. The old priestess had a benevolent expression on her face. Based on what I know, there really isn't any longevity treasure in the Forest Ocean origin world. In other words, if you're only here for a longevity treasure, you won't be able to obtain anything. Even if you spend your entire life flipping the entire Forest Ocean origin world upside down, you still might not be able to find anything. But now I can give you a piece of information, a piece of hope. To a young man, making a choice is more important than working hard. If you work hard in the wrong direction, you'll often end up in the opposite direction. What you've obtained now is the correct direction. Isn't it important? That makes a lot of sense. Jiang Wang was getting a little dizzy from her nagging, but he still agreed in the end after some thought. Even if this was a far cry from the conditions he had originally proposed. If he wanted to leave the forest ocean origin world, he couldn't avoid Yan Shao. This was the case regardless of whether the sacred race offered him any benefit. At the very least, he still had a piece of information, right? Perhaps there were other methods, such as searching for the other humans who had been lost in various parts of the forest ocean origin world and seeing if there were any other gods who could send them away. It was very likely that they had already gone extinct, just as the sacred race had speculated. If they really were extinct, then Yan Shao was their only choice. But even if they weren't, the process might not be that simple. The difficulty of passing through the land of hidden snakes was still fresh in his mind. Who knew if there was anything more terrifying than Yan Shao in the forest ocean origin world? In any case, Yan Shao was a thorn in the side of the sacred race, and he couldn't be reborn unless he was eliminated. To Jiang Wang and the others, Yan Shao was a tiger that stood in their way, and they couldn't go home without killing him. Jiang Wang and the others wanted some benefit. Even if they didn't have any, they didn't necessarily want to gain much. Even if they didn't, Yan Shao couldn't just ignore them. It was precisely because of this consensus that the two sides had a basis for negotiation. Apart from that, we also want a powerful cultivation technique unique to the sacred race. Jiang Wang was very responsible and confidently began the next negotiation. As the saying goes, sharpening one's spear at the last moment of battle, even if it's not fast, it's still bright. This will be extremely beneficial to us in eliminating Yan Shao. The old priestess nodded. You're right. However, she advised earnestly, the sacred race's supernatural powers rely on the blessing of the gods. Unless you accept the dragon god's baptism, you won't be able to learn it. Is the one you want the cultivation technique from willing to join the sacred race? If not, rather than fishing for the moon in the water, why not turn around and pluck the flower instead? Jiang Wang had already exhausted his entire life's worth of negotiation techniques, and his words were eloquent. He believed that he had outperformed himself. The old priestess, on the other hand, was neither hot nor cold. She guided him patiently, and she appeared to be kind and amiable. At the end of this negotiation, Jiang Wang's eyes were blank, while the old priestess was full of vigor. Jiang Wang grasped the results, and felt that he had indeed gained something. He hadn't wasted his breath. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he hadn't gained anything either. Jiang Wang's demands, a peerless divine art, a treasure map with all of the treasures in the forest ocean origin realm, and a natural treasure that could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. The results of the negotiation: a martial technique commonly used by the sacred race, a map of the sacred race's exploration of the forest ocean origin realm, and a piece of information that recorded the location of a lifespan-increasing treasure that wasn't even in the forest ocean origin realm. Within Jiang Wang's fruit hut, the three dragon god envoys sat across from each other. Ahem. Jiang Wang coughed awkwardly. Everyone, take a look and see if you're satisfied. Help me take a look, Wu Qiuji said. Is there any way to interpret this peerless divine art that I don't know? It looks like a tree-climbing technique. This martial technique allowed the cultivator to adapt to the forest-ocean environment and fight freely in the trees. Although it was a bit excessive to call it a tree-climbing technique, it wasn't unreasonable. Su Qi shot a resentful glance at Jiang Wang. A treasure map turned into a map. It was hard for him to say that Jiang Wang hadn't worked hard enough. After all, it seemed like the most useful thing that the three of them had obtained was that map. Jiang Wang couldn't bring himself to respond. He covered his face and said, I tried my best. The priestess had used a special technique to imprint the information regarding the lifespan increasing treasure onto his arm, and it would only take effect after they left the forest ocean origin realm. It seemed like a pretty high-class item, but whether or not they could leave the forest ocean origin realm was another matter altogether. Chapter 442. The time to eliminate Yan Shao was set to be 3 days later. According to the shaman, this time was dictated by the dragon god's divine decree. On this day, Yan Zhao's strength would be weakened for some reason. The divine Shadowland was brighter and fresher than most places in the modern realm, but the time between day and night was similar. Jiang Wang had entered the forest ocean origin realm on the 13th day of the 9th month, and a day and night had already passed. In 3 days it would be the 17th day of the 9th month. He would definitely miss the Great Illusionary Realm challenge. There was no way to establish contact with the Great Illusionary Realm in the Forest Ocean Origin Realm. Qing Qishu came knocking on the door. "Mr. Zhang, why didn't she react when I interacted with Viridescent Flower like you said?" Right now, the entire sacred race was concerned about Yan Shao. He, on the other hand, was completely focused on Viridescent Flower. Perhaps this was what it meant to be focused. Jiang Wang muttered to himself, reserved. Do you understand? Women are all very reserved. This is especially true for a beauty like Viridescent Flower. The more you like her, the more you restrain yourself. She doesn't seem to be doing anything, but she might actually like you to death. As he spoke, he patted Qing Qishu's shoulder in encouragement. "You're almost there." Qing Qishu clenched his fists in excitement. "All right." He turned around to run. "I'll go find Viridescent Flower and try a few more moves. I'll consolidate my advantage and pursue her." "Hey!" Jiang Wang grabbed him. "Don't go now. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Do you understand? You need to create a mysterious atmosphere. You can't just walk around in front of her all the time. She'll get sick of it. Do you understand?" Qing Qishu nodded, not quite understanding. "Do you really understand?" Jiang Wang said. "Then let me test you. Does the sacred race still have stealth clothes?" Before Stealth Snake had attacked, Jiang Wang hadn't sensed it at all. He had specially asked Su Qi and Wu Qiuji, but when Qing Baji was wearing the stealth cloak and hiding beside them, they were similarly clueless. If there were any treasures in the divine Shadowland, stealth clothes definitely wouldn't be missed. They're hidden in the clan treasury, but there aren't many left. Qing Qishu scratched his head. Stealth clothes. Does it have anything to do with sex? You can say that there is, but you can also say that there isn't. It all depends on your comprehension. Ponder it yourself. The more Jiang Wang spoke, the more fluent he became. If we participate in such a dangerous operation, won't the sacred clan give us 2 or 3 sets of clothes to change into? It wasn't Jiang Wang's style to ask for more after receiving benefit. However, that old lady was not easy to deal with. Thus he could only try to make up for it with this stupid student of his. Qing Qishu shook his head vigorously. "Neither I nor the 9-leaf stage have it. Don't even think about it. Among our group of warriors, only Baji has one. He only got it because he made a great contribution." Jiang Wang was still unwilling to give up. "Do you know how to make the invisibility cloak?" Qing Qishu continued to shake his head. "You'll have to ask Grandaunt." Jiang Wang sighed deeply in his heart. This student is really useless. He didn't know anything and didn't even know how to give him any benefit. To think that I spent so much effort to educate him, teaching without holding back. Although his bag was originally empty, he still tried his best, didn't he? Go on, go on." Jiang Wang waved his hand disdainfully. Qing Qishu ran off again. As the saying went, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle." If they wanted to destroy Yan Shao, they had to understand it first. Fortunately, there was a living history book like the old shaman. He recounted the history of the sacred clan and Yan Shao to Jiang Wang and the others. Yan Zhao's strength, speed, defense, and attack style were outlined. However, the sacred clan had formed the tradition of hunting each other for more than 800 years. In other words, the sacred clan had not fought Yan Zhao for more than 800 years. This information was undoubtedly outdated. Even if Yan Zhao, who was killed by outsiders like them, could not be resurrected, it was still a question whether they could kill him. Over 800 years ago, Yan Zhao was already very powerful. How terrifying would it be 800 years later? In the cultivation room, the old shaman said, "When Baji offered his head last time, I observed that Yan Zhao's left wing was injured. I don't know who left it behind. This is a new injury that wasn't there last year. You can use it as a breakthrough." Since she wanted to resist Yan Zhao, she would definitely observe it when necessary. Of course, because she had never fought Yan Zhao to the death, these observations were mostly superficial and might not have much reference value. Jiang Wang immediately thought of Yan Zhao's strange cries when he passed through the snake concealment grounds yesterday. He had chosen to avoid it, but what about the others? Would there be someone who was brave enough to follow the sound? After all, there were so many cultivators participating in the Seven-Star Pavilion's secret realm. Counting the 7 worlds, there should be around 15 people allocated to the Forest Ocean Origin world. Even if the 7-Star Pavilion's secret realm was not full due to the battles before, there should still be many cultivators entering the Forest Ocean Origin world. However, there were only the 3 of them in the Divine Shadow Grounds. What about the others? Just thinking about it made him shudder. At this moment, the old shaman looked at Jiang Wang and said, "I heard that you're interested in the method of making stealth clothes?" Seeing that morale was low, she threw out the bait. Jiang Wang nodded. "We're very interested in stealth clothes. If you can give us 3 of them, I'm sure it'll be very helpful to our operation." "What stealth clothes?" Wu Qiuji asked in a daze. Su Qi glared at him fiercely. What he meant was, just accept the benefits. Who cares what it is? Get it first. The sacred race's warriors killing Yan Zhao would only make him stronger. As the main force in eliminating Yan Zhao, Jiang Wang's request was not excessive. This was also the reason why the old shaman had never directly refused him. The method of making stealth clothes can't be divulged to outsiders. It needs to be tanned using the Divine Blessing secret technique. Although the main material is the snake concealment skin, if it's sewn normally, there will definitely be leak. Stealth clothes will lose their greatest value, and sky clothes will be seamless. Do you understand? The old shaman said. She stealthily changed the topic from stealth clothes back to the method of making stealth clothes. It seemed that Qing Qishu was telling the truth. The sacred race was indeed lacking in resources. However, Jiang Wang also understood. As long as the old shaman didn't want to expose something, she would use the Divine Blessing secret technique. In any case, outsiders like them couldn't devoutly believe in the dragon god and assimilate into the sacred race. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment before asking, "I'll provide the snake concealment material, and you'll help me tan it?" "Of course," the old shaman said. "But this is related to the sacred race's secret technique. No matter how much material I have, I can only tan 3 pieces for you. How about it?" At this time, Su Qi and Wu Qiuji also understood that this stealth clothes must be something rare. How could they refuse? They looked at Jiang Wang expectantly. Jiang Wang thought for a moment before nodding. "Then 3 pieces." The old shaman sighed. "I'll have Qishu and the other 2 help you. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools." Jiang Wang's need for a hidden suit was, of course, for safety reasons. This way, if he couldn't defeat Yan Zhao, he might have a chance to escape. Although they had long stopped exploring the outside world, hunting was still a common thing for the sacred race warriors. There was no need for too much preparation. Qishu, Baji, Jiuyi, and Jiang Wang, the 3 dragon god emissaries, left the divine Shadowland together and headed straight for the snake concealment grounds. Hunting the snake concealment grounds was for the sake of stealth clothes, but it was also for the sake of their cooperation. Since they had 3 days, there was no need for them to take risks when they didn't know each other. Stepping on the dried leaves, they passed through the forest. Most cultivators of the modern realm were used to being down to earth. In an intense battle, conserving Tao energy was something that all cultivators needed to learn. Meanwhile, Chishu and the others were leaping from tree to tree, seemingly effortless and relaxed. To them, the trees were more stable than the ground and also safer. Roar! Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Immediately after, a huge tree crashed down from the distance, all the way to the front. Dust and leaves flew as the 6 of them scattered. Dong dong dong, the ground shook like a drum. A giant bear as tall as 3 people was running towards them on all 4s. Chapter 443. Roar! Roar! The bear charged over alone, but it had the aura of 10,000 beasts. Wu Qiuji's expression did not change. Baoji, shoot it to death. He recognized this giant beast. He remembered that Qing Baoji had finished off the forest bear with a single javelin. There was nothing to be afraid of. Although the one before him was slightly bigger and stronger, it should not be that strong. However, he turned around. Qing Baoji? How could he see Baoji's figure? With a flick of his cloak, he disappeared without a trace. Qing Chishu and Qing Jui had already shot far away. Thump, 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 thump. In the blink of an eye, the forest bear was right in front of him. Jiang Wang casually waved his hand and flung Wu Qiuji aside. The wind howled. The forest bear turned sideways and slapped with its giant paw. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Wang's body transformed into a flaming meteor as he was blasted far away. Wu Qiuji was still in the air, so he decided to fly higher. However, the forest bear stood on its hind legs, causing the ground to sink as it leapt into the air. This bear could actually jump high. Due to its enormous size, it only needed to jump slightly to overtake Wu Qiuji, casting a huge shadow over him as it slapped down with its paw. This slap was like a dark cloud that obscured the sky for a moment. Wu Qiuji flicked out 3 golden needles. 2 pierced the forest bear's eyes while the other pierced his right arm. His right arm swelled up at a visible rate and his muscles bulged. He had already activated his physique's potential. Golden light flashed, but the forest bear merely closed its eyes. Ding! Ding! The golden needles bounced off the forest bear's eyelids with a faint sound. They could not pierce through at all. Meanwhile, the forest bear's paw continued downward. Wu Qiuji clenched his right fist and punched back with an extremely forceful stance. Boom! Wu Qiuji was slammed to the ground, and even the sound of his right arm breaking was drowned out by the impact. Jiang Wang's eyelids twitched. What kind of monsters were in the forest ocean origin realm? This forest bear was clearly intelligent, and it was proficient in some combat technique. Wu Qiuji was an expert who could be considered one of the 7 Stars Valleys, but he was about to die in a single exchange. At this moment, Qing Jui was half squatting on a horizontal branch. His eyes were fixed on the forest bear's movement. His arm muscles trembled, and the short bough flipped over in his hand. He grabbed it in an instant and reached behind his waist. He touched nothing. Where is my arrow? Almost at a loss, he took off his quiver and shook it with all his might. The quiver was empty. On the other side, Sun Xiong slapped Wu Qiuji. An enormous figure descended from the sky, actually wanting to trample Wu Qiuji to death. Whoosh! The wind howled. A javelin suddenly appeared and pierced through the forest bear's rear. Sun Xiong fell straight to the ground. Before it collapsed, Wu Qiuji had already scrambled away from its original location. Hoo! With lingering fear, Wu Qiuji gasped for breath and said angrily, "You're only making a move now? Does your saint clan want me to die?" He asked the question as soon as he thought of it, without considering the consequences. But this accusation was very serious. If it wasn't handled well, it was very likely that the cooperation they had just reached with the saints would fall apart. After Sun Xiong fell to the ground, it was still roaring angrily. Its enormous paws slapped the ground again and again, creating several large holes. But it seemed that the javelin had taken away all of its vitality, causing it to become weaker and weaker until it finally stopped moving. This ferocious beast had died. Qingbaji walked over from afar. In everyone's field of vision, there was clearly only a tree there, and he was standing on a horizontal branch. From this, one could see how miraculous stealth clothes were. His 8 braids hung down from his sides, looking very clean and neat. With a shake of his hand, the vine wrapped around his arm shot out, hooking the javelin in Sun Xiong's body and pulling it out. As he pulled back the javelin, he coldly said, "If the Saint clan wanted you dead, they wouldn't have let others do it. Don't judge us by the filth of you outsiders." Jiang Wang dispelled the Dao technique he had prepared and frowned. Wu Qiuji was heavily injured because he was careless. But we really don't understand this bear. We didn't inform you before the battle, and we didn't remind you during the battle. Qingbaji, if you keep this attitude, then don't follow us in snake concealment. It was fine if they were strangers before, but now that they had joined forces, it was very inappropriate for Qingbaji to continue acting so arrogantly. Even when facing Sun Xiong, he didn't immediately warn him. It was possible that he didn't intend to watch a good show and show his strength. Jiang Wang wouldn't spoil him anymore. At the very least, before Yan Xiao was eliminated, he, Wu Qiuji, and Su Qi all had common interests. Qingbaji was silent for a moment, but he still said, "Sun Xiong took pleasure in bumping into trees from a very young age. Its fur is invulnerable and has almost no weaknesses, except for the valley. Fighting it head-on is seeking death. You've already seen how terrifying it is. Do you still think I can casually stab its vitals with my spear? I hid to find an opportunity, not to watch a show." Jiang Wang looked at Wu Qiuji. Wu Qiuji said in a muffled voice, "I accept this explanation." Right now they still needed to be united, so Jiang Wang didn't say anything else. Su Qi floated down. He didn't know where he had run off earlier, but his movement technique was extremely fast. He landed in front of Wu Qiuji and asked in concern, "How are your injuries?" "Everything else is fine. It's just that my bones are broken, so I need to use medicine. But even with my gold-knitted bones, I'll need at least 10 days to recover." Wu Qiuji came from Golden Needle sect, so he understood his injuries very well. As the saying went, it took 100 days to recover from a serious injury, and broken bones were even more so. Even though Wu Qiuji was a transcendent cultivator and had great medical skills in Golden Needle sect, he couldn't heal his broken bones in just a few days. This also meant that he wouldn't be able to participate in the battle against Yan Xiao in perfect condition. Because the sacred race's killing of Yan Xiao would only make him stronger, the 3 dragon god emissaries were the main force against Yan Xiao. Before the battle even began, their fighting strength had already been reduced. With Wu Qiuji weakened, the pressure on Jiang Wang and Su Qi would increase. Gold-knitted bones were already an extremely high level of medical skill that mortal doctors couldn't compare to. Jiang Wang didn't have any good ideas either. At this moment, Qing Qishu had also arrived. He asked in confusion, "The huge beasts nearby have all been cleared. Why is there a forest bear guarding this place?" This forest bear clearly had a certain level of intelligence. It was impossible that it didn't know about the power of the divine Shadowland. Yet, it still charged at them recklessly. It was truly puzzling. The forest bear on the ground was as tall as a person. Qingbaji stood in front of it and looked relatively weak. He looked at it for a while before closing the forest bear's eyes. He explained, "This is a mother. The forest bear we killed yesterday was its child. I think it's here to look for its child." The others exchanged glances and remained silent for a while. Many incomprehensible things would make sense once the identity of a mother was added. Humans weren't the only ones like this. At this moment, Qing Jui walked over with a blank expression. "What's wrong?" Qing Baji asked. In truth, he wanted to ask why Qing Jui didn't fire his arrow immediately. With Qing Jui's archery skills, he could have stopped the forest bear in advance so that Wu Qiuji wouldn't be in danger. However, if he asked directly now, there was a possibility of intensifying the conflict. Hence, he deliberately asked in a more subtle manner. "I lost my arrow," Qing Jui said. He used the word lost. This was very strange. The arrow to Qing Jui was like the javelin to Qing Baji and the shield to Qing Qishu. This was a weapon that made a living. Strictly speaking, it shouldn't be lost even if it lost its life. It could break, but it shouldn't be lost. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you're too distracted. How can you lose your arrow? Didn't the priest just say a few words? What's the big deal? You're too weak. Qing Qishu complained. He instinctively touched his back. Where's my shield? Chapter 444. Ah! Qing Qishu wailed. My dragon god's treasure. He had completely forgotten how he had criticized Qing Jui for being weak earlier. Both of them had lost their weapons at the same time. This was not something that could be explained by carelessness. Qing Baji realized the severity of the situation. He grabbed the vine with his left hand and the javelin with his right. Su Qi's eyes twitched as he watched from the side. The javelin had been pulled out from a special part of the forest bear's body. Although he did not see any strange colors, touching it with his hand was to think about it. Where did you lose your weapon? Qing Baji asked. At this moment, Jiang Wang was supporting Wu Qiuji's severed arm with one hand. His other hand was hanging by his side, ready to reach his sword hilt at any time. He had learned his lesson from the hidden serpent. He would not let his guard down in the forest ocean origin realm. Meanwhile, Wu Qiuji was using his uninjured left hand to weave his own bone with a golden needle. Golden light condensed into threads that weaved between his broken bones. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead from the pain, but his hand was unusually steady. In terms of his identity as a medical cultivator, he was very reliable. He could use a secret technique to temporarily block out his pain, but the pain was the body's true feedback to the bone weave. Missing this feedback might cause the bone weave to be imperfect. Qing Jui shook his head. I don't feel anything. With his strength, it would be obvious if he had one more arrow or one less arrow in his quiver. However, this time there was no reaction at all. He did not even realize that he had lost his arrow until he retrieved it. Qing Qishu said angrily, I don't believe it. Where can my treasure blessed by the dragon god be lost to? All of you, help to protect me and allow me to pray. His azurewood shield and Qing Jui's bow were both made of divine dragonwood. However, the difference was that his shield had been blessed by the dragon god before. It was precisely because he could use this shield that he was viewed as a person favored by the dragon god. He could even use the word as an adjective. He might even have a chance to become a priest in the future. Qing Baji and Qing Jui stood on either side of him. In truth, they were wary of Jiang Wang and the others. Although they were emissaries of the dragon god, they were still outsiders. Jiang Wang could understand. He did not do anything that would cause a misunderstanding. All he did was silently circulate his Tao energy. Qing Qishu prayed in a low voice for a while, and the wood patterns on his forehead suddenly emitted a green light. When he opened his eyes, he already had a reaction with his dragon god's blessed treasure. He ran straight ahead. After a few breaths, he jumped up and picked up the greenwood shield that was also emitting a green light from the branch of a huge tree. Strange, why is it here? Qing Qishu was puzzled. He even had some doubts. Could it be that he had really accidentally left it here? Was I hiding in this direction just now? Jiang Wang, on the other hand, glanced at Su Qi doubtfully. He had not relaxed his observation of the surroundings. Just now, when Green Seven Trees was praying, he noticed that Su Qi's hands were behind his back and his shoulders were slightly shaking. This meant that the hands behind his back were moving. He couldn't help but think of the greenwood shield that Qing Qi Shu had regained. To be honest, it would have been more reasonable to directly cut off my connection with the divine children or appear in a faraway place rather than being lost nearby. Su Qi glanced at Jiang Wang from the corner of his eyes, but his expression didn't change. He turned his back to the several saint race warriors and pointed at Jiang Wang's hand, making a 3 and then a 7. His meaning was very clear. He wanted a 30-70 split. Jiang Wang originally only had some suspicions, but now he was sure. Previously, he had represented the dragon god's emissary to negotiate with the priest, but the result was too horrible to look at. Wu Qiuji was a straightforward person, so he let bygones be bygones. At that time, Su Qi didn't seem to mind at all, which made Jiang Wang somewhat surprised. Only now did he know that Su Qi naturally didn't mind this little bit of harvest. Perhaps he had already gotten his harvest. With such a skillful and empty hand, what harvest could he not want? To be able to take an arrow from Qing Ba's quiver and take away Qing Qishu's shield, this method was truly miraculous. If it weren't for Qing Qishu's prayer that caused the shield to react, this greenwood shield might not have appeared at all. Jiang Wang thought for a moment. If he exposed this matter now, apart from intensifying the conflict between both sides and destroying the little bit of trust they had worked so hard to build, there was no benefit. The holy race warrior didn't remind him of Sun Xiong's strength first, so there was no harm in teaching him a small lesson. Moreover, he had seen the might of the blue 9-leaf arrow. Although it was useless to him, it seemed like a good gift to Li Fengyao. Hence, he flipped his hand and made a 7 sign. 370 is fine, but I want 7. Su Qi returned the sign with a 5 sign. Jiang Wang immediately said, Qishu? Su Qi gnashed his teeth, but the situation was beyond his control. He could only nod quickly and discreetly. Qing Qishu looked over. What's wrong? Does the holy race have any better medicine? Wu Qiuji's current state is very disadvantageous for him in the future. Qing Qishu nodded to show that he understood. I'll go back and think of something. After losing his greenwood shield, he had been holding it in his hand all this time. Meanwhile, the blue 9-leaf seemed to have accepted it. He pulled out a dark dagger from his calf and walked over to the tree that Sun Xiong had knocked down. He cut off a suitable branch and began to whittle the arrow for himself. At this moment, Wu Qiuji's bone weaving was complete. Jiang Wang felt a little embarrassed that he had taken the arrow for himself earlier. He stepped forward to help. Are these arrows suitable for use? Qing Jui glanced at him and said, The sharpest and toughest material in the forest ocean origin realm is wood. My dagger is also made of divine dragon wood. You won't be able to whittle it. He swallowed his words before he could finish. This was because Jiang Wang had already whittled down a pile of wooden branches of suitable size and stacked them neatly together. Although the Sauvignon longbow was still in the nurturing stage, it was still a masterpiece. It had no problem whittling down a few arrows. Qing Jui said, I'm only using it temporarily. I can't go back and retrieve the arrows right now. Jiang Wang pondered as he whittled the arrows for Qing Jui. Qing Jui's words, wood is the sharpest and toughest material in the forest ocean origin realm, made him realize a problem. The forest ocean origin realm's world laws were probably different from the modern realms. This was the first time he had truly understood the world laws. For example, a life for a life, a debt must be repaid. These were unspoken rules. Just like the laws set by the school of legalism, just like the military rules set by the military cultivators. Everything that was unspoken and unspoken was actually the embodiment of rules. from a small town to a country or even an entire world. Everything was shrouded by these rules. In the modern realm, Jiang Wang rarely thought about these things because they were commonplace to him. However, the forest-ocean origin realm had always challenged his understanding. He had always wondered why his 8-note flame sparrow was unharmed by the giant trees. However, Qing Jui's wooden arrows could easily pierce the trees. Now, he had an answer. The world's laws. The trees of the forest-ocean origin realm were resilient and unafraid of fire. If a cultivator could change these laws, how strong would they be? I have a question. Wu Qiuji suddenly spoke up, probably to distract himself from the pain. The sharpest and toughest material in the forest-ocean origin realm is wood. If we use the sharpest wooden spear to attack the toughest wooden shield, will the former be broken or the latter pierced? Qing Baji and Qing Jui exchanged glances, and they could see the confusion in each other's eyes. This question truly had no answer. These people from the shadowed lands clearly hadn't developed any profound philosophical theories, so there was nothing but confusion in their minds. Qing Qishu pulled at his hair. I'm a little messy. Why don't I try stabbing you? Don't bully the injured. Wu Qiuji continued, I have another question. Qingju, you used a divine dragonwood dagger to cut arrows and weapons. Then how did you get your first divine dragonwood dagger? This question was similar to whether the chicken or the egg came first. Qingju stared at his dagger in a daze. I still want to ask. Shut up! The pitiful sacred race warriors shouted in unison. Chapter 445. Only now did Qing Qishu and the others understand the old shaman's wisdom. Facing a thinker like Wu Qiuji, how much effort could he save by simply refusing to answer? Qing Baji said to them, Now do you know why I had to numb his tongue? Next to the forest bear's corpse, several sacred race warriors had set up a few simple traps, preparing to transport the giant bear back to the land of divine shade when they returned. The group of 6 regrouped and set off for the land of hidden snakes once more. Along the way, Jiang Wang found an opportunity to remind Su Qi not to steal from the sacred race warriors. Oh, he also put away the divine dragonwood arrows that he had split into. After leaving the land of divine shade, Su Qi seemed to be in a much more relaxed state. Jiang Wang had always felt that he did not care much about Yin Xiao. Along the way, he looked left and right very carefully, as if he was looking for something. But when Jiang Wang asked him, he did not say anything. Wu Qiuji's golden needle-woven bones had stabilized his injuries, but his right arm still could not bear any force. Only his left hand could be used, so he was placed in the middle of the group. 3 people walked at the front of the group. Because Jiang Wang had a history of passing through the land of hidden snakes alone, he held his sword and walked on the ground. Su Qi's movement technique was astonishing, and he shuttled to the side on his own. Qing Qishu's vitality was extremely tenacious, and he leapt from tree to tree with his shield raised. Here! Su Qi suddenly shouted. The group quickly spread out, faintly forming an encirclement as they slowly approached Su Qi's position. When they got closer, Jiang Wang discovered that Su Qi was standing in place, his expression unprecedentedly unsightly. What happened? Su Qi did not say anything. On the ground in front of him was a short skirt. It was not damaged, old, or blood-stained, and there was no woman who should have been wearing it. There were only a few floating leaves that served as embellishment. This attire definitely did not belong to the land of divine shade. Like Wu Qiuji and Su Qi, it came from Qi, a cultivator who had participated in the 7-Star Valley secret realm. But the problem was, where was she? There were no signs of fighting at the scene. At least, Jiang Wang did not see any useful information. It was as if a very ordinary gust of wind had blown by, and the person was gone. All that was left was a short skirt. Danger lurked everywhere in the forest-ocean origin world, so they were mentally prepared no matter how dangerous the situation was. However, it was precisely this ordinary and undamaged dress in front of him that sent chills down his spine. What exactly happened? Qingjui came over to take a look and said, "It was invaded by night." It was not the first time that Jiang Wang had heard that the night would invade people here, but it was the first time that he had witnessed the result of the night invasion. The people of the sacred race only dared to sleep in a fruit house made from divine dragon wood in the land of divinity. So what happened to her? Is he dead? Su Qi's voice sounded strange. You could say that he's dead. But to be more precise, they had disappeared. Because those who were invaded by night never appeared again. However, no one has ever found the corpse, Qingjui said seriously. Just like now, only the clothes are left. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and asked, "Only people can disappear? Where are the things on his body? Disappear along with it? Or will only the clothes be left?" Qingjui said, "Only the person himself will disappear. Anything on his body will be left behind. Even if something disappears, it will usually be taken away by a passing beast. It has nothing to do with the invasion of night." Su Qi squatted down and pressed a finger on the dress. He looked up at Jiang Wang and said, "The box is gone." He was talking about the storage box. Jiang Wang realized that the problem was different. There were no traces of a beast passing by here. Moreover, a beast could not have taken the storage box without messing up the dress. However, according to Qingjui's description of past experiences, night's invasion would only take away people and not items. In other words, something had taken the storage box. Was the so-called night's invasion a sinister phenomenon, a force of nature, or was it controlled by some kind of will? Did the existence that created the night's invasion become curious about the outside world and take the storage box? Or did another existence deliberately set up the night's invasion? Su Qi definitely knew this woman who had disappeared. He was in a terrible mood right now, even though he tried his best to control it. However, his sorrow was already seeping out from his eyes, his eyebrows, and the trembling of his clothes. Jiang Wang asked, "What exactly is the night's invasion? At the very least, what form does it take to invade? How can it be triggered? Your sacred race grew up here. Don't tell me you don't know anything about it?" At this moment, Qing Qishu walked over. Qing Baji, on the other hand, had disappeared a few breaths ago. "No one can say for sure," Qing Qishu replied. "We only know that as long as we don't sleep in the fruit house at night, we will be invaded by night. Even if we're in the shadowed lands. If that's the case, can't we just not sleep at night? Can't we just reverse our daily routine?" Jiang Wang asked. "When we were lacking divine dragonwood, we spent our days like this, but that was only in the shadowed lands," Qing Qishu said. "You were in the shadowed lands last night, so you didn't feel it. In the forest ocean origin realm, you'll feel sleepy at night. You can't resist the sleepiness, and have to sleep. It's the shadowed lands that protect us. Is this sleepiness absolutely irresistible?" Qing Qishu fell silent for a moment before saying, "At the very least, no one in the history of the sacred race has ever succeeded in resisting it." The message contained in this sentence was extremely tragic. It was impossible for the sacred race not to research the cause of death. However, the truth was that they still didn't know anything about it even now. Countless people had disappeared into the night in order to prove this sentence. "Have you never observed it?" Wu Qiuji suddenly said. "For example, you can observe the person sleeping under the divine dragon wood in the shadowed lands and observe how they disappear." This sentence was even crueler. It implied that they were using the lives of their own race to try and understand the cause of the night's invasion. Of course, for a medical sect like the Golden Needle sect, such observation was necessary. Qing Jui continued, "As long as the person sleeping is observed, they won't be invaded. This is one of the methods we use to fight against night. However, this is only limited to the shadowed lands. No one can stay awake at night in the outside world. From the sacred race's tradition of hunting and soul nurturing, it wasn't hard to see how much sacrifice they were willing to make in order to continue their fate. Of course, they had also done the observation that Wu Qiuji had suggested, and they had come up with a method to avoid being invaded by night by observing the person sleeping. That thing has a will, right? The half-squatting Su Qi suddenly spoke up. He stroked the long skirt on the ground with a strange expression on his face. It purposely took away the box. That thing must have a will of its own, right? It can't be a simple tragic phenomenon, right? In other words, he gripped the long skirt tightly before releasing it and standing up. At the very least, I have a target for revenge, right? Chapter 446. There was no answer to Su Qi's question. Qing Qishu and the others couldn't explain the cause of Night's invasion. Not every question had an answer. Some people spent their entire lives searching for a single possibility. For the sacred race, survival was becoming more and more difficult. Night's invasion was just one of the unsolvable problems. I recognized those clothes at a glance. I knew we would be separated after we came in. But I didn't know that she wouldn't be able to find me. She's very good at finding people. The forest ocean origin realm is too big. I searched all day yesterday, but I didn't find anything. Then I met that forest bear. I stole its honey. That should be honey, right? It's very sweet. She'll definitely like it. I put it in a box. Where was I? Oh, that bear, it kept chasing after me. It kept chasing after me. I wanted to come out last night to find her, but I couldn't. Then you mentioned stealth clothes. I thought she'd like stealth clothes. Her movement technique isn't very good. I wanted to prepare one for her. That way, if we run into danger in the future, we can hide. I'll take the stealth clothes and leave. I won't waste any time. Su Qi rambled on, almost as if he was talking to himself. There wasn't even any sadness in his tone. There was no logic to his words. They were a mess. She's very smart. She's also better at fighting than me. Her swordsmanship is very good. You know swordsmanship, right? He asked Jiang Wang. Everyone continued to head in the direction of snake hiddenness. To Su Qi, someone very important to him had died. But to the sacred race warriors, this was just one of the countless people who had disappeared into night. They felt pity, but that was it. It was the same for Wu Qiuji and Jiang Wang. Humans' joys and sorrows were not connected. Jiang Wang replied in a comforting tone, "Yes, I know a little." He knew that Su Qi didn't need to give a long speech, just a simple response would do. It told him that someone was listening. That was all. Her swordsmanship is very good. Su Qi repeated, but that was all he repeated. He didn't say anything else. Perhaps it was regret, or perhaps it was both. He was about to arrive at the snake hiding ground. Qing Qishu claimed that the sacred race often hunted hidden snakes, but the truth was that the sacred race's hidden clothes had been passed down many years ago. Ever since Yan Shao appeared, the sacred clan's range of activity had become smaller and smaller. Usually, there were only two situations when one left the shadowed land. One was to hunt and the other was to hunt. The snake hiding ground was a famous forbidden area. Concealed snakes were traceless when they hid, lightning fast when they attacked, and they carried lethal poison. They lived in groups and were under the command of the Snake King. They were the most famous assassins in the forest ocean origin realm. As they approached the hidden serpent's location, all of the sacred race warriors became even more solemn, and Qing Baji directly put away his stealth robe. "They'll go crazy when they see hidden cloak," Qing Baji said. Jiang Wang expressed his understanding. The last time he passed through the hidden snake's territory, his circle sword had proven that he could withstand the hidden snake's attack. This was also the reason why he was confident in obtaining the materials. "Do any of you have experience hunting hidden snakes?" Jiang Wang asked. Qing Qishu and the others looked at each other and eventually shook their heads. This wasn't the time to show off. Jiang Wang was unwilling to pass on this responsibility. I passed through the snake hiding ground on my own before. Can I take command this time? Sure, Qing Qishu said. That should be the case, Qing Jui agreed. Qing Baji was a bit unconvinced, but he still nodded in the end. As for Wu Qiuji and Su Qi, they naturally wouldn't disagree. Hidden snakes live in groups and are under the command of the Snake King. They know how to ambush and surround people. They're highly toxic. Jiang Wang looked at Qing Qishu and said, "Can you defend against the hidden snake's attacks?" Qing Qishu thought for a moment. "I won't die from the poison." Okay. His tenacious vitality was truly impressive. Jiang Wang then looked at Qing Jui. "I've seen your archery before. When the battle begins, Qishu and I will enter the hidden snake's territory and attract their attack. You'll shoot from the outside and help reduce the pressure on us." Qing Jui nodded. "Leave it to me." Jiang Wang had been tempered by the battle at Qiyang, so commanding a small group was a piece of cake for him. He then turned to Qing Baji. "Although you can't use invisibility cloak, you should still hide first. If you discover the hidden Snake King, try to kill it in one shot. Can you do that?" Qing Baji said confidently, "As long as I can find it, I'll be fine with that." Jiang Wang looked at him. "I'll do my best to force the Snake King out. Since we've decided to hunt the hidden snakes, we'll fight for the best." Then, he turned to Wu Qiuji. "When the hunt begins, I'll assign you a hidden snake to study. Try to create an antidote for it as soon as possible. Is that difficult?" Wu Qiuji smiled. "That's my specialty." He had different arrangements for each person's specialty. In the past, when he carried out missions from the academy, he wasn't so meticulous. This was his growth. Only he knew how much he had sacrificed for this. In the end, Jiang Wang said to Su Qi, "You have the best movement technique. You'll be part of the reserve team and act according to the situation." Su Qi nodded silently. On the battlefield, a reserve team should always be prepared at all times. It was for no other reason than to leave room for error. It wouldn't be irreversible if one made a mistake. Moreover, with Su Qi's current emotional state, he might not be able to take on the main mission. Not only would that be irresponsible to his own safety, it would also be irresponsible to the others participating in the hunt. Jiang Wang said, "You're all experts who've been through hundreds of battles. I only have general requirements for each of you. As for how to deal with the specific situation, you can decide for yourselves. I also believe that you'll be able to make the best decision." According to his arrangements, he and Qing Qishu, who specialized in defense, would enter the depths of the hidden snakes and take on the most dangerous part of the hunt. Based on this alone, no one could doubt his command. In the Sacred Races map, the hidden snakes that Jiang Wang had passed through last time was the place with the most hidden snake. It was also one of the forbidden areas for the Sacred Race warriors to hunt. Back when the Sacred Race was still strong, they had organized many hunts. But with Yan Zhao's appearance, the Sacred Race had lost a lot of blood. It had been a long time since a warrior had come here. Now, Qing Qishu and the others would regain the glory of their ancestors. They were all very excited. Fine. The most excited was undoubtedly Qing Qishu. "I'm going to use the hidden snake's skin to weave a hat for Qinghua," he vowed. "That's really ugly." Qing Baji didn't hold back at all. "Qinghua has never liked wearing hats," Qing Jui said. He could no longer remain calm when it came to Qinghua. "What do you know? When giving a gift, the most important thing is the thought. Think about it. I returned with honor and glory, and personally presented her with a gift. That gift was stained with my sweat, and even dyed with my blood. How touched would she be?" Qing Qishu glanced at him contemptuously. Which one of these youths had ever had a lover before? They were all far inferior to Mr. Zhang. "We're already close to the target location. Jiang Wang reminded them in an attempt to stop these jealous youths, who were probably more than 100 years old. Otherwise, why would Su Qi's map be the most useful reward? The sacred race had grown up in the forest-ocean origin realm. Although the situation here was difficult, they were undoubtedly very familiar with the dangers here. At the very least, Jiang Wang didn't have to wait until he stepped into the encirclement before realizing that he was in danger. He unleashed his Dao techniques far away from the hidden snake's territory. He continuously bombarded the ground to alert the enemy. The most terrifying thing about the hidden snakes was their ability to conceal themselves. They could come and go without a trace. However, no matter how well they concealed themselves, they wouldn't disappear. They would still react when they were injured. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The hidden snake king possessed intelligence and could command the hidden snakes to complete all kinds of tactical arrangements. When faced with Jiang Wang's actions, it naturally wouldn't just sit by and watch the snakes die. The withered branches swayed and slithered around the trees and the ground. The hidden snakes broke free from their concealment and began to attack from afar. Get ready! Jiang Wang and Qing Qishu glanced at each other and were about to step forward to attract the snake's attention. Suddenly, a figure shot in from the side. The figure drew a beautiful arc in the air, holding a dagger with both hands. The dagger gleamed coldly. Chapter 447. It was Su Qi. He suddenly charged into the snake swarm, holding his daggers. The hidden snakes leapt up and down, shooting out one after another. Su Qi's entire body seemed to float in the wind, two cold glints shuttling back and forth around his body. His posture gave off a graceful and wonderful feeling, as if he was singing and dancing. Countless snake heads fell like raindrops. This was a snake-slaying dance, a song of slaughter. Jiang Wang made a prompt decision. Qishu, go into the snake swarm and share the pressure, I'll switch to reserve. Su Qi's sudden burst of strength was unexpected, but this was not entirely a good thing. Their rhythm was disrupted under a unified command. This was never something that should be praised. Moreover, it was clear that Su Qi had not thought of anything else. He only wanted to vent. In truth, Jiang Wang was dissatisfied. He understood Su Qi's feelings, so he had arranged for him to make preparations for this hunt, but this did not mean that he could tolerate Su Qi interfering with the entire operation. However, as a commander, he should not reveal his emotions at this time. A mature commander faced an accident and the first thing to do was to remedy it. Bang! Qing Qishu did not say anything else. He pushed off the tree with his back foot, raising his greenwood shield and charging into the snake swarm. His entire body was like a battering ram that whizzed through the air, creating a smooth path through the dense group of hidden snakes. Catch! He grabbed one of the snake's heads and threw the entire hidden snake out. A powerful force was concentrated, and the hidden snake was as taut as a spear. Jiang Wang's sword swept out, cleverly cutting off the snake's fangs. The sword trembled, throwing the snake toward Wu Qiuji, who was standing far away. At some point, Wu Qiuji's left hand had put on a translucent glove, and he reached out to grab it, but he did not need to use any strength. When the hidden snake approached, it suddenly went limp and fell into his hand. Wu Qiuji could not help but glance at Jiang Wang, inwardly shocked by his exquisite control of strength. Just from this move, Jiang Wang's strength was greater than he had imagined. Without another word, he retreated further away, took out the appropriate tools, and focused on studying the hidden snake's poison. Once the battle began, everyone had to play their part in it. On the other side, Su Qi was dancing among the snakes, his pair of daggers appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Qing Qishu held his shield with one hand, blocking left and right. Strictly speaking, under absolute numbers, Su Qi's movements would be more and more restricted. His dagger was dancing to open up a path. Furthermore, 7 cyan trees blocking style had never been impenetrable. The reason why he was in such good condition was mainly because of 9 cyan leaves arrows. He temporarily cut wood to make arrows. The power was not as strong as the divine dragonwood arrow, but it was enough to deal with the hidden snake. Every shot must hit the target, and every shot must hit the target at the most crucial point. Either Su Qiyu was not fast enough, or Qing Qi Shu's shield was not fast enough. Li Longchuan had once said that for an expert archer on the battlefield, compared to archery, the overall control of the battlefield was more important. There was no doubt that a blue 9-leaf cultivator's ability to see the big picture was outstanding. The arrows were aimed to the east and hit to the west, accurate and efficient. With the support of such archery, Su Qi was able to come and go as he pleased in the midst of the snakes. The hidden snake corpses continued to fall. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before there were more than enough materials to make 3 sets of concealment robes. At that time, it would be much easier to fight or retreat. The snake hunt was going so smoothly, but Jiang Wang was on high alert. The reason was very simple. The leader of the hidden snake horde was intelligent. Since it was intelligent, it definitely wouldn't sit by and watch the hidden snake horde continue to sacrifice itself for no reason. Just like yesterday, when the snakes surrounded Jiang Wang, it had retreated first before advancing. It had clearly grasped the essence of the art of war. The reason why this scene could still continue, there must be some other motive behind it. Jiang Wang had never imagined that he would one day have to fight a battle of wits and courage with a snake. However, the forested ocean origin realm was indeed a different world. That forest bear, which was proficient in martial arts, was enough to leave a deep impression on him. A sea of flames spread out, enveloping a small portion of the snake horde. The flames flickered between illusion and reality as they bloomed one after another. Jiang Wang's entire body was instantly concealed within the sea of flames. The flames exploded one after another, quickly killing the hidden snakes that had, accidentally, entered the sea of flames. In this environment, a dressing mirror appeared out of thin air. Red makeup. Jiang Wang stepped into the mirror. The petals of a single flame flower merged and enveloped the mirror. Once his physical body entered the mirror, everything beyond 5 steps was a vast expanse of whiteness. However, with the help of the mirror, everything within a 5-kilometer radius was reflected in his eyes. Every single detail was clearly visible. Entering the mirror with one's physical body wasn't a very safe thing to do, because the mirror's shattering meant death. However, with the sea of flames enveloping the mirror, it was possible to buy some time. No matter how intelligent the hidden Snake King was, it probably wouldn't be able to guess what Jiang Wang was doing within the sea of flames. Even if it saw the mirror, it wouldn't know what it was or what its functions were. It also wouldn't be able to find the mirror immediately and break it before Jiang Wang could react. If it really had that kind of intelligence and ability, it wouldn't have needed Yen Xiao. The sacred race would have been exterminated or reared in captivity a long time ago. Every single detail within a 5-kilometer radius was under Jiang Wang's observation. The number of snakes exceeded his expectations. Countless hidden snakes swam over from all over the place and joined the battle in an endless stream. The first thing he saw was that a group of snakes separated and swam into the sea of flames. The hidden Snake King, who was hiding in the dark, obviously wanted to observe Jiang Wang's movements. However, there was an even larger group of snakes that swam towards the periphery of the battlefield. That was the direction of Wu Qiuji. This meant that the Snake King had already realized what was going on over there. Once Wu Qiuji could neutralize the hidden snake's poison, even Qing Baji and Qing Jui would be able to enter the depths of the snake group and kill them. There would be no need to worry too much about defense. Therefore, it was definitely the most important thing. The hidden Snake King's intelligence was astonishing. It wasn't inferior to humans at all. However, Jiang Wang didn't react. His target was still the Snake King, who was hiding somewhere. As for Wu Qiuji, there was naturally Qing Baji, who was hiding nearby, to deal with him. The hidden snakes were split into 3 battlefields. Most of them surrounded Su Qi and Qin Qishu. A small group filled Jiang Wang's Sea of Flames, and another group attacked Wu Qiuji. At this time, Qin Qishu had already been bitten countless times. He simply raised his shield to block, but most of the time, he couldn't block in time. There were hundreds of hidden snakes attacking him from all directions. How could a wooden shield block them all? However, just as he had said, the hidden snake's poison wasn't fatal to him. Although the wounds looked bloody, as long as time passed, they would naturally heal. In comparison, Su Qi, who had yet to be bitten, was having a hard time. He didn't have the physique to face the snake's poison head-on. This meant that he had to fight like he was treading on thin ice. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If it weren't for the Qing Jui's outstanding archery skills, the Qing Jui, Jiang Wang snapped out of his daze. He looked around and leaped out of the red makeup mirror. With a flip of his hand, he kept the mirror in his storage box. Bam! 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 He shot toward the Qing Jui like a meteor. 9-leaf, jump forward. One had to admit that the Holy Clan warriors were very qualified warriors. Even in the Qiu offense army, they could hold their own. At this moment, when he heard Jiang Wang's shout, the Qing Jui who was shooting arrows from the tree immediately leaped forward and flipped in the air. At the same time, a huge branch on the huge tree he was on suddenly moved. It shot toward him at lightning speed and opened its bloody mouth, biting nothing but air. At this moment, the hidden Snake King had replaced the branch and was hiding beside the Qing Jui. Chapter 448. It was difficult for a person to make the right decision when they were in a tense situation. Most people's reactions to emergency situations were to have their minds go blank and be at a loss. Cultivators, naturally, had to overcome the confusion of mortals. Naturally, the blue 9-leaf cultivator had the ability to react. However, Jiang Wang's decision to give the blue 9-leaf cultivator a choice was undoubtedly a better reminder. It saved the blue 9-leaf cultivator the time to think. Just like the situation earlier. If Jiang Wang had warned him a moment later, or if the blue 9-leaf cultivator had hesitated for a moment, he would be in the snake's belly now. The extraordinarily huge hidden Snake King's ability to conceal itself was terrifying. Archery experts all had sharp eyes and a vision that was much broader than ordinary people's. Usually, it was difficult for them to be ambushed. However, the blue 9-leaf cultivator did not notice the hidden Snake King's approach at all. If Jiang Wang had not used the red makeup mirror to observe the changes of the branch, by comparing the overall situation, he would not have noticed the attack at all. The blue 9-leaf cultivator tumbled in the air. The hidden Snake King's bite made his hair stand on end. It was a hair's breadth away from death. He was shocked, but his hands did not stop moving. Although the Holy Clans lived in the peaceful land of Divine Shade, Holy Clans warriors like him had to come out and fight wild beasts. There were no wild beasts in the Forest Ocean Origin realm that were not dangerous. They had to be vigilant at all times. For a Holy Clans warrior like him, he had to maintain his composure in battle. As he tumbled, he moved forward, but the arrow had already returned. The huge hidden Snake King missed its target and was about to leave when the blue 9-leaf cultivator's wooden arrow closed in. The snake swung its tail like a highly skilled martial expert's whip and accurately met the arrow. Smack! However, there was only a crisp sound as the arrow tore through the air. The blue 9-leaf cultivator's arrow avoided the snake's attack and mysteriously pierced the hidden Snake King's eye. Snakes usually did not have eyelids, and the hidden Snake King was no exception. The arrow was hastily fired, and it did not penetrate deeply into the snake's eye. Only the tip of the arrow went in. Although the hidden Snake King was in pain, it did not go mad. It tried to leave. However, Jiang Wang leaped out with his sword from a ball of falling flame meteor. There was a flash of cold light. The hidden Snake King's body flip. The Sauvignon Blanc cut the snake's fangs, causing sparks to fly in all directions and emitting a teeth-numbing screech. The concealed Serpent King's tail was about to strike again. But Jiang Wang had already stabbed the invisible Snake King's snake tooth with his sword. The sword flew far away. As he dodged the attack, he smashed a misty grass onto the snake's body. Tracking Dao technique, remembrance. With the grade of remembrance, it would not be able to see through the invisible Snake King's concealment. Jiang Wang simply slapped this Dao technique on it, letting it be tainted with remembrance's Dao technique aura. It was much easier to track himself. The hidden Snake King's tail whipped out and actually used its head to crush the tree, forcefully breaking the arrow in its eye. His body quickly wrapped around the tree. Tuck tuck. Qing Jui hurriedly shot 2 arrows, but they only hit the trees. The arrows that lost their vision finally missed their target. Jiang Wang turned around, but the hidden Snake King was nowhere to be seen. There was only a giant tree that was clean and tidy. It was as if nothing had happened. It was as if the giant snake had never existed. The fingers of his left hand picked up the smoke grass and traced the path. At the top of the tree, his body leapt forward and his sword erupted. It was tragic and heroic, the sword of an old general past his prime. Many Dao techniques were useless against the hidden Snake King. Take the 5-Qi binding tiger for example. This Dao technique's principle was to disrupt the opponent's 5-Qi and bind them from the inside out. However, a beast like the hidden Snake King already had 5-Qi in its body out of balance. Qi dominated its body and could not be shaken at all. Sword techniques, on the other hand, did not have too many environmental restrictions. The hidden Snake King had nowhere to hide. If it did not resist, it would definitely be torn apart. It hadn't expected to be caught, but it had no other choice. Its giant tail exerted force, and it actually uprooted the giant tree and smashed it towards Jiang Wang. However, Jiang Wang did not dodge, and his sword's momentum did not change. An old general past his prime, a hero in this lifetime. Man and sword became one cold streak of light. The tree's roots separated, its trunk separated, and its branches separated. The forest origin realm's giant trees, which were abnormally tough due to the laws of the world, could not even slow down remembrance. After splitting everything apart, Jiang Wang's sword approached the hidden Snake King. The vertical pupil of the hidden Snake King's undamaged eye suddenly widened. Hiss. Countless small black snakes suddenly emerged from Jiang Wang's Tong Tian Palace. The attack on the soul was sudden and difficult to defend against. At this moment, flames flashed. Before the small black snakes could scatter, a circle of flame flowers bloomed and surrounded them. Sea of flowers. The sea of flowers that he had developed to shield himself from Jiang Yan's senses finally worked. It sealed the hidden Snake King's soul attack in time. On the battlefield outside Tong Tian Palace, Jiang Wang's sword had arrived. The hidden Snake King hastily twisted its body to dodge. Swoosh! A huge wound was easily left on the snake's body. Blood was gushing out of it. Red blood gushed out like a fountain. More and more blood gushed out. There was too much. There should not be so much. Hold your breath. Jiang Wang sensed that something was amiss. He quickly reminded the others and immediately held his breath. The smell of blood was unusually sweet. As the hidden Snake King fought with Jiang Wang, the hidden Snake King became even more frenzied. Qing Jui, who had just fired a few arrows to help Su Qi, turned around and was hit by the intense smell of blood. He immediately felt dizzy and fell from the sky. A hidden snake shot up from the ground. Whoosh! The wind whistled as a javelin shot out, splitting the hidden serpent into 2 in midair. Then, it lifted the green 9-leaf serpent and pierced it into a giant tree. It was Wu Qiuji. Qing Baji had already destroyed the small group of hidden snakes and escaped. He hung Qing Jui on the tree with a javelin. Wu Qiuji took a quick sniff before taking out a pill and swallowing it. This pill can cure the blood poison. He tossed a pill at Qingbaji with his left hand. Qingbaji charged toward Qingjui. He shook his green vines. Smack! 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 The green vines whipped the pills at different people. Then, the vines curled and pulled the last 2 pills back to his hand. At this moment, he was already in front of the javelins. He stepped on the head of a hidden snake. He swallowed 1 pill and stuffed the other into the half-unconscious Qingjui's mouth. On the other side of the battlefield, Qing Qishu and Su Qi swallowed the pills as well. The hidden snakes were also hit by the smell of blood. Their eyes turned red, and they became even more vicious. Let's not talk about this for now. On the other side, Jiang Wang ignored the pill that Qingbaji had given him. Instead, he held his breath and charged forward. The hidden snake king spat out a large amount of blood from its wound. On one hand, it used the blood poison to interfere with the others. On the other hand, it used its blood to wash away the aura of the remembrance Tao art. When Jiang Wang first passed through the hidden snake's territory and escaped with the flaming meteor, he had already understood this point. The hidden snake king possessed intelligence comparable to humans. It could not be treated as an ordinary beast or beast. The hidden snake king's unparalleled advantage lay in its concealment and not in head-on combat. Both sides were very clear about this. The hidden snake king spat out blood to wash away the aura of the Tao art. Jiang Wang gave up on the safe strategy of returning to retrieve the pills and risked charging forward. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of this battle would be decided. Chapter 449. As Jiang Wang charged forward, Qingjui had just woken up from his stupor. He had no time to be afraid. He shot up, drew his bow, and was about to shoot. He displayed good battle awareness. But the hidden snake king, bathed in blood, only circled around the tree and disappeared from sight. Even with his eyes that could easily capture the vital points of birds and beasts, he could not see any openings at all. The arrow was nocked, but he did not know where it would land. And Jiang Wang was already close. He did not hesitate. The smoke grass that represented remembrance once again floated from the tip of his left index finger. The smoky grass circled around, pointing nowhere. The hidden snake king's concealment ability was not something that remembrance of this level could discover. But Jiang Wang swept out his sword, decisively and fiercely, and cut down on a branch. He had discovered it. The hidden snake king showed signs of pain. Caught off guard, it added more wounds to its snake body. Shock appeared in its eyes. Clearly, it could not understand. It had paid the price to wash away the aura of the Tao technique. How had it still been discovered? Could it be that the tracking Taoist technique was so profound? It seemed to have been created to counter it. But it did not have time to think about these questions. Since concealment was useless, the hidden snake king pounced forward, determined to fight with its life on the spot. It opened its bloody mouth. Hiss! The snake's forked tongue struck out like a sword. Clang! Chang Xiangxi and the hidden snake king's forked tongues clashed, the sound clear. At the same time, the snake's fangs flashed with pale white light. A ball of venom shot out quickly, opening up a net of venom in the air and covering Jiang Wang. Like a bright moon rising, Jiang Wang did not have time to dodge. A circle of sword light exploded where he stood, as if it was solid. The ball of venom fell on the circle and slid down the circle, not touching a single drop. The hidden snake king began to fight with its life on the line. The group of snakes under its command also went completely berserk at this time. They attacked the group without regard for anything else and sacrifices. Hiss, 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 hiss. More and more wounds appeared on Qing Qishu's body, but he only gritted his teeth and endured. For some reason, he only maintained a defensive posture. Su Qi, whose style was completely different from his, started to have difficulty in his movement. He was no longer as relaxed as he had been in the beginning. Wu Qiuji's medicine was very effective in curing the blood poison. Qing Jui was completely awake, but the giant tree he and Qing Baji were in was surrounded by layers upon layers of snakes. Before they could clear this area, they would not be able to squeeze out much energy. Qing Baji wielded his green vine whip in one hand and wielded his javelin in the other. He pierced one snake head after another. Coupled with Qing Nineleaf's elusive archery skills, he barely managed to stabilize the defensive line. Only Wu Qiuji, who was far away from the battlefield, could be considered relaxed. However, seeing such a dangerous situation, he couldn't relax at all. There was only the East King Valley in the eastern region. Other than that, all the other medical sects paled in comparison. To put it bluntly, they were as mediocre as ants. To be more realistic, no one cared about it at all. The moment a cultivator from the East King Valley came out, he would be treated as a distinguished guest wherever he went. It did not belong to Qi, so even someone as powerful as Qi had to be polite to it. But what about those from other medical cultivation sects? It was as if they were born inferior. In the eastern region, only the medical cultivators from the East King Valley were considered mediocre. The other medical sects were all referred to as others. Medical cultivators were generally weak in combat. In terms of treating illnesses and saving lives, they were rarely useful in the cultivation world. Most of the injuries that transcendent cultivators could endure would be healed on their own. For example, Jiang Wang knew how to swallow poisonous flowers and knew a little about the primal nurturing technique. There was no need to mention the soul return art that he had decided not to activate. When faced with difficult injuries or illnesses, most people would think of the East King Valley. Some aristocratic families would rather nurture their own medical cultivators than look down on these ordinary medical sections. Similarly, as a transcendent cultivator, they were only slightly more respected by mortals. However, when it came to illnesses that could be treated by ordinary doctors, was there a need for them to use their supernatural powers? To be honest, Wu Qiuji had even been invited to deliver a baby. Some medical sects could still rely on their glorious history to hypnotize themselves. However, for Golden Needle sect, whose founder was an abandoned disciple of the East King Valley, how could they boast about their history? Wu Qiuji was already the most outstanding disciple of this generation of Golden Needle sect. Among the hundreds of stars in the Seven Stars Valley, he was ranked last. He was outspoken and could not hide things. But at the same time, he also had a heavy sense of responsibility and a sense of being needed. His hand was broken as soon as he left the land of God's shadow. During the snake hunt, he was at the edge and needed Qingbaji to save him when he was in danger. The only thing of value was that he had a pill that could cure the hidden Snake King's blood poison. Other than that, he was like a burden. After studying the hidden Snake King's poison, he could not decipher the last few components. Seeing that the situation suddenly became intense and almost instantly reached the final juncture, Wu Qiuji gritted his teeth and took out a large number of life-saving pills, swallowing them one after another. Then, he calmed his mind and concentrated. He wore gloves and dipped a little bit of the poison on his tongue, not to mention how the others were under pressure and desperately counterattacked. Facing the hidden Snake King's rage, Jiang Wang was not shocked but happy. This was even the result he wanted. Previously, he had a small plan. When the hidden Snake King entered the state of concealment after washing its body with blood, memory recall did not take effect. The aura of the Dao technique had indeed been scattered. Jiang Wang was able to discover the hidden Snake King purely because before the battle, he had memorized the details of the nearby giant trees through the red makeup mirror. Just like when he explored the fog of obscurity, he had imprinted a map in his mind. Then, by comparing it with his vision, he could easily discover the difference. For example, there was suddenly an extra branch. That different place was where the hidden Snake King was hiding. This was the reason why he found the hidden Snake King. But once the hidden Snake King escaped this area, he would be powerless. Firstly, he did not remember so many locations. Secondly, the hidden Snake King might not give him the chance to use the red makeup mirror again. Before Jiang Wang attacked, he deliberately used memory recall, pretending that it was still in effect. This was to make the hidden Snake King think that Jiang Wang had a Dao technique that could find its traces at any time. In front of this Dao technique, it had nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape. Other than fighting to the death, it had no other choice. And the hidden Snake King fell for it. The sword formed a circle and the venom dripped. It dripped on the ground and quickly corroded holes. Jiang Wang gathered his sword into a beam and jumped over the venom. It was as if he was going to directly crash into the hidden Snake King's giant mouth. To take such a risk, one must have something to rely on. The hidden Snake King knew this, but it did not avoid it. Not only did it not move, it took advantage of the situation and opened its bloody mouth. Its snake tongue was like a sword, ready to attack. It was as if it had to try and see if Jiang Wang would directly cut it open, or if it would bite Jiang Wang in two. The viciousness in its vertical pupils made one's heart palpitate. At the same time, its giant snake body was quickly folding inwards. It was like a shrinking wall, squeezing everything, and wanted to squeeze Jiang Wang in the middle. Of course, Jiang Wang would not directly crash into the snake's stomach, even though the chances were high. His attitude was very proper, and he completely treated the hidden Snake King as an opponent worthy of his attention. During a battle, the worst thing to do was to be led by the nose by the opponent. The more the opponent wanted something, the more he could not let the opponent get what he wanted. The rapidly moving figure suddenly stopped in midair. Jiang Wang's long sword accurately pierced the forked part of the snake's tongue. The hidden Snake King's tongue had been refined to be incomparably tough. Otherwise, it would not directly use its tongue as a weapon. The sword tip was unable to pierce through it. But Jiang Wang was already prepared. He directly used it as a fulcrum, and the sword tip blocked the rebound. His body leaped up, and he slanted his body. Using the sword as a knife, he continuously slashed around the snake's body. In the great illusionary realm and the modern world, Jiang Wang had seen many knife experts. Although he did not use a knife, he occasionally used a few moves, and it was easy for him to do so. This change was very clever, and it was very clever. Dang 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 dang. The sword blade continuously slashed the snake's tongue, each sword cutting the same line. The hidden Snake King used its tongue as a weapon, so it was naturally not afraid of fighting. But after being continuously cut by Chang Xiangxi, it was also in pain, and it was about to split open. It suddenly retracted its tongue, and its snake body shrank even faster. Waves of air squeezed into the sky. Its dangerous vertical pupils stared closely at the opponent. Jiang Wang continuously slashed around the snake's body, and after forcing the snake's tongue back, he was not greedy. He only took the opportunity to turn around and jump out of the snake's encirclement. At this time, Jiang Wang's body slanted in midair, and he pulled the sword open with one hand, while the other hand hung below. This was the opportunity. The hidden Snake King's entire snake head suddenly moved. It was as fast as lightning, and it bit towards Jiang Wang. This was too fast. The hidden snake was originally good at hiding and attacking. Waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and killing in one strike, was the hidden snake's tyrannical strength. This was especially true for the hidden Snake King. This was so fast that it was hard for people to react. Jiang Wang moved a few feet, and his body escaped from the snake's mouth. His empty left hand hanging below his body was still within the range of the hidden Snake King's mouth. It was going to bite down. But what it did not expect was that this was an opportunity that Jiang Wang had purposely left for it. At the last moment when the snake's mouth was about to completely close, the snake's teeth had almost touched Jiang Wang's hand. Chirp chirp chirp. The sound suddenly rose. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. An incomparably noisy, intense, and exciting sound rang out from the snake's belly. These sounds resonated within the hidden Snake King's body, strangely reverberating and colliding with each other, creating a kind of dazzling feeling. Following these sounds, the hidden Snake King's enormous snake body trembled, and heavily fell to the ground. Within the snake's belly there were echoes. The moment it landed, the red in the eyes of the normal hidden snakes faded, and their vertical pupils returned to their icy cold state. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They actually gave up on their opponents, and scattered in all directions. The huge group of hidden snakes disappeared in an instant, leaving only snake corpses on the ground. The heavily injured Qing Qishu raised his shield, and when the pressure suddenly disappeared, he still could not react. Su Qi stopped his movement, his hands hanging by his side. There was not a drop of snake blood on his dagger. His expression was still wooden, but he began to pant. While the 8-sound flame sparrow was doing its job, Qing Jui and Qing Baji had just cleared out a space, and were preparing to provide support. One was knocking an arrow, and the other was still looking for an opportunity. But everything had already ended. Wu Qiuji, who was standing far away, was not directly poisoned to death because he had already achieved some results before. But he was dizzy from the poison. Suddenly, he heard the thumping sounds in his ears. He swayed and asked in a daze, "Who's doing something?" Chapter 450. The hidden Serpent King was dead, and the hidden snakes had scattered. Jiang Wang didn't land immediately to harvest the spoils. Instead, he focused on the Heavenspan Palace. He studied the little black snakes sealed by the Sea of Divine Flowers. The hidden Serpent King was definitely a difficult opponent. It had extraordinary intelligence and great strength. It commanded an uncountable number of snakes. Countless soldiers obeyed its commands and charged into battle for it. Needless to say, its concealment abilities were almost perfect. Moreover, it had incredible speed, strength that could uproot a huge tree, potent poison, and the ability to attack one's soul. If it hadn't chosen to kill Qing Nineleaf, and Jiang Wang hadn't noticed it through the red makeup mirror, it could have continued rampaging through the forest ocean origin world. If Jiang Wang hadn't been here, Dan Qing, Qishu, and the others would have been nothing more than food. It was no wonder the holy clans had stopped hunting snakes for so many years. With the hidden Serpent King dead, the little black snakes wandering around Jiang Wang's Heavenspan Palace had lost their leader. They were no longer attacking in an orderly manner. Instead, they were scattered in all directions. They were as chaotic and lost as the ordinary hidden serpents outside. Jiang Wang suddenly thought of something. Did the hidden Serpent King control the snakes through these little black snakes? He didn't see how it communicated with them, but the attacks of the hidden serpents were extremely methodical. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If he hadn't reacted in time with a corresponding Soul Dao technique, he would have been reduced to a walking corpse once he was devoured by the little black snake. Of course, it was also possible that it gave Jiang Yan an opportunity to take over the nest. Given Jiang Yan's experience, he wouldn't have been helpless against these black snakes. Correspondingly, if he could figure out how these little black snakes operated, wouldn't it be equivalent to mastering a Dao technique that involved the power of the soul? Compared to the dazzling origin power Dao techniques, Soul Dao techniques were often more subtle and difficult to guard against. This was especially true since Jiang Yan, who was proficient in Soul Dao techniques, resided in the Heavenspan Palace. Jiang Wang also needed to improve his Soul Dao technique. When he first entered the forest ocean origin world, although Jiang Yan was reluctant, he had still spoken to him. Ever since he entered the land of Divine Shade, he had been silent. Even after leaving the land of Divine Shade, he still hadn't reacted. He didn't know if it was under the influence of some kind of power or if it was silently observing something. He knew too little about Jiang Yan. Jiang Wang couldn't guess what he was thinking. Thinking about it, he used the divine spirit flame flower to drive these little black snakes away from the dark abyss candle. With the sea of divine soul flowers, it should be able to provide some cover. He planned to focus on studying these black snakes after returning to the shadowed land. No matter what, they should be able to avoid Jiang Yan's vision in the shadowed land. Fortunately, the principle of the sea of spiritual flowers was based on the sea of flame flowers. Once this kind of Tao technique was formed, the continuous consumption of Tao energy was extremely small. He only needed to divert some of his attention to control it. Unless the flame flower exploded, another flame flower had to be created. With Jiang Wang's current spiritual energy, it wouldn't be a problem for him to study it after returning to the land of divine shadow. What happened in the Heavenspan Palace was quiet. In the eyes of the bystanders, Jiang Wang had only remained silent in the air for a while before landing in front of the hidden Snake King's corpse. Alas! Looking at the snake carcass in front of him, Jiang Wang's heart ached. He pulled out his sword and began to cut the snake's skin with a look of regret. At this moment, he was really regretting it. Although he had tried his best to restrain the 8-tone flame sparrow, the explosion of this Tao technique in the hidden Snake King's abdomen was still not something he could accurately control. The hidden Snake King was indeed completely dead, but its most important and precious hidden snake skin was already riddled with holes. How could the word tragic describe it? The other snake gall and the like were needless to say. They had long been blown up. For such a huge hidden snake, if the snake skin was intact, it wouldn't be a problem to make more than 10 hidden clothes. He could use the rest of the materials to exchange with the Divine Clan. But now Jiang Wang huffed and puffed for a long time. After picking and choosing, he was only able to cut off 2 relatively large pieces of intact snake skin. It looked like one could sew a piece of clothing from the front and one from the back, if the hidden clothes were directly sewn together with needle and thread. If there were more of the hidden Snake King's snake skin, he wouldn't mind sharing it. But only these 2 pieces were intact. Of course, they could only belong to him. Killing the hidden Snake King was basically done by him alone. The others didn't have any objections. Jiang Wang was very much looking forward to the quality of the hidden clothes. Apart from that, there was also a pair of snake fangs and the snake's tongue that were perfectly preserved. These were all good things. After the hidden Snake King died, its tongue had become stiff. It could be made into a sword, but he didn't know how it would compare to the snake-tongued sword he had obtained from the snake-faced cultivator. The 2 snake fangs could be made into a dagger. With these materials as a foundation, the final product wouldn't be too bad. Jiang Wang accepted all of them. He would pass them to Lian Ke when he had the time after leaving 7 Stars Valley. Qing Baji and the others were all experienced hunters. Of course, they wouldn't let go of the spoils of war. They took out a small knife and began to skin the snake. 7 azure trees had suffered too many injuries. Even though their vitality was terrifying and they could withstand the overlapping poison wounds, they were still quite confused. He simply sat on the ground and chattered nonchalantly. Among these people, only Su Qi remained silent as he stared blankly at the snake corpses on the ground. Jiang Wang glanced at him and didn't say anything. Compared to the sacred race warriors who spent their years hunting and fighting against the powerful beasts of the Forest Ocean Origin realm, most of the cultivators participating in the 7 Stars Tower weren't weak, but they lacked the qualities of a warrior. Su Qi had been asked to act as a backup, but he had charged forward in a fit of rage and turned himself into the main force. Wu Qiuji had asked him to neutralize the snake venom, but he had ended up being poisoned himself. Jiang Wang didn't know what to say. Of course, they all had their reasons. For example, Su Qi had broken down and needed to vent. For example, Wu Qiuji had done it out of good intentions. He had tested the venom with his own body so that he could more accurately determine the venom. However, those who had truly experienced war would understand that any reason or excuse other than victory or defeat was meaningless. Frankly speaking, Jiang Wang didn't have the confidence to fight Yan Shao with these people. While skinning, Qing Baji casually asked, "Why didn't you bring your blade today?" As a sacred race warrior, he naturally knew that Qing Qishu wasn't just good at using a shield. He often carried a blade as well. Only with a blade and a shield was a complete Qing Qishu. Qing Qishu grinned and said casually, "Let's practice." If he wanted to carry it, then he would. After all, it was very difficult to kill him. Qing Baji didn't think too much. With a gentle shake of his hand, the complete hidden snake's skin was peeled off. His movements were very agile. Qing Jui glanced at Qing Qishu on the ground and seemed very silent. Jiang Wang put away the hidden snake king and walked over. He casually talked with Qing Qishu and saw that the wounds on his body had already begun to heal. It was really enviable. However, this kind of recovery ability and toughness required the sacrifice of some sensitivity. Qing Qishu's own slowness came from this. His perception of his own pain seemed to be far slower than that of ordinary people. For example, he had only just begun to scream. "Ah, it hurts so much, so much, so much pain." Slowness might be the limit of this recovery ability. It was also the reason why his defense was very skillful and his greenwood shield could be considered a treasure, but he was frequently injured by the hidden snakes. Of course, compared to his almost immortal physique, this degree of weakness was nothing. On the other side, Wu Qiuji, who had been dizzy for a long time, finally recovered a little. His mind also returned to normal, but he was a little tongue-tied. I know, this poison." He was very excited. He finally had a deep enough understanding of the hidden snake's poison and was confident that he could make the corresponding antidote pill. He was very useful. Jiang Wang and the others buried themselves in handling the hidden snake's skin. No one paid attention to him. Antidote pills and what not, apart from himself, no one else needed to eat them. Chapter 451. The snake hunt this time was a great success. The 3 sacred clan warriors were in a good mood. Even the quiet blue nine-leaf was very relaxed. They had collected a lot of hidden snake skins this time. The warriors found some vines and tied them up in bundles before they were able to tie up all the skins. As someone who grew up here, they knew very well how much a hidden cloak could reduce the risk of a hunt. This harvest could be considered the largest hunting harvest the sacred race had in recent years. Wu Qiuji's research was not completely useless. The solution to the hidden snake's poison was to increase the possibility of making mistakes when hunting the hidden snake. For the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan, this meant an endless supply of hidden cloak. Its importance was undeniable. Of course, what he could gain would depend on how he negotiated the price. He would not exchange it for a running technique. Only Su Qi was more silent than before. In the shadowed land, divine dragon wood could be seen everywhere. However, in the outside world, there was only one divine dragon wood in front of them. In other words, all the divine dragon wood in the shadowed land was attached to this place. It was tall, thick, and stood out. According to the legends of the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan, the oldest divine dragon wood in the world was the wood where the dragon god resided when he was young. Because it was born with the dragon god, it naturally had divinity. Because of this, it had the chance to be irrigated by divine power and become a shadowed land. However, the shadowed land where the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan lived was not born with the oldest divine dragon wood. In their long history, the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan had experienced many migrations and had lost their ancestral land. In the legends, the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan was a living being born naturally in the Shadowed Land. Although they were no different from humans, they called themselves the Sacred Clan because they were blessed by the gods. After entering the Shadowed Land, the Sacred Clan warriors who returned from a rewarding journey all held their heads high. Their clansmen also showed enough enthusiasm. The Sacred Clan ladies gave them flirtatious looks, The warriors left behind received the prey, and the children looked at them with admiration. After all, they had successfully hunted the hidden snake and continued the many years of absence of the sacred clan warriors. They were worthy of being called warriors. The injured Qing Chishu looked around in high spirits. At that time, the hidden snake was only a finger away from me. Its fangs were about to touch my face. Was I afraid? Of course not. I'll let it bite. Bite as hard as you can. If I even frown, I won't be the #1 hero of the holy race. Before anyone could question how he had suddenly become the #1 hero and where this ranking came from, Yi Zichen had already spoken. His spittle was already flying everywhere as he said, "Look at my wound. What is a scar? A scar is the highest reward for a hero." Wu Qiuji spoke the truth. With your recovery ability, it doesn't seem like it will leave a scar. Qing Chishu rolled his eyes at him. So annoying. However, he caught sight of an alluring figure with a sweet smile from the corner of his eyes. His voice suddenly rose another level. It's just a place of hiding, snake. What does it matter if you call it a forbidden area or a dangerous place? Although the hidden snake's bite is painful, although the hidden snake's venom is terrifying, I, Qing Chishu, am not someone who is afraid of difficulties. You don't know, at that time. Viridescent flower. Qing Baji pushed him aside and rushed forward with a bright smile on his face. I used the skin of the invisible snake to weave a hat for you. See if you like it. Qing Chishu? I was wondering what you were doing on the way here. What a thick-braided and big-eyed guy, playing these little tricks with me. When I said that I wanted to give Viridescent Flower a hat, what did you say again? Too ugly? In the blink of an eye, you used Grandpa Chishu's idea. Shameless. Looking at Qing Baji's 8 braided hair, Qing Chishu really wanted to beat him up with his greenwood shield. The skin of the hidden snake was actually gray, but it could change according to the environment to complement its innate ability to hide. Because of this, the hat's appearance was destined to be gray and dull. And with Qing Baji's craftsmanship, to be honest, he was very good at stabbing a bear's butt with a javelin, but he had no idea how to make a hat. The word ugly wasn't even close enough. Viridescent Flower took the hat. Apart from a smile of thanks, she didn't say anything else. However, that smile alone was enough to make Qing Baji so satisfied that he couldn't close his mouth. As long as you like it, as long as you like it. I have a lot more here. I'll make a waistcoat for you later. The corners of Qing Jui's mouth unconsciously turned flat. His personality wasn't as lively as Qing Chishu and Qing Baji's, and he didn't know how to express himself as well as they did. He couldn't help but feel dejected at this time. Qing Chishu's heart was sour and full of hatred. His mouth, which had been blabbering on endlessly, was tastelessly shut. He turned his head and looked pitifully at Jiang Wang. It was obvious that he was asking for help. What should I do, Mr. Zhang? My idea of giving gifts has been taken away. Jiang Wang replied with a calm expression. Don't panic. As for why he shouldn't panic, he hadn't thought of it yet. He would make it up later. Right now, he had to get the hidden clothes first. In any case, he really wasn't panicking. What did it have to do with him, who Viridescent Flower liked? The technique of tanning hidden clothes was a secret of the sacred clan. Only the old shaman knew it. She was very satisfied with having obtained so much hidden snake skin. She kindly asked about the 3 dragon god envoys, and when she noticed Wu Qiuji's injuries, she expressed her sincerity. Bring me 3 drops of origin water, she instructed Viridescent Flower. Just from Qing Chishu's expression, one could see how precious this item was. When the 3 small wooden bottles were brought out on a tray, Jiang Wang could feel a surge of vitality through the wooden bottles. Take this drop of origin water, and your hand will recover by today. Moreover, it will be even better than before. The old shaman took a bottle and handed it to Wu Qiuji. The 3 dragon god envoys were willing to take the risk to deal with Yan Xiao. Our clan has nothing to repay you with. This water is our sacred clan's most precious treasure. Every drop used is one less drop. Taking it can heal your injuries. As long as you don't die, you can recover. If you don't suffer any injuries, it can also strengthen your foundation and aid your cultivation. She kindly said, 3 envoys, 1 drop each. Please accept it. Jiang Wang naturally wouldn't be polite. It wasn't easy to get this old shaman to take out something good. It was probably because she was satisfied with the harvest from the hidden snake envoys, and she needed Wu Qiuji to be in peak condition to deal with Yan Xiao. Since it was related to whether or not his arm could recover as soon as possible, Wu Qiuji wouldn't hesitate. However, as a medical cultivator, he still needed to examine it with his own methods before taking it. When Qinghua handed the tray to Su Qi refused. I don't want this drop of origin water. He looked at the old shaman and said, I only want to know, why did the night invasion happen? I want all of your sacred clan's records regarding this matter. Tell me everything you know. The old shaman already knew that someone very important to Su Qi had died from the night invasion through Qin Qishu. Thus, he wasn't surprised by Su Qi's reaction. You should take this origin water. It's good for you to become stronger. I think this is what you need. The old shaman said very openly, as for the night invasion, we who live in this kind of fear all year round want to resolve this matter even more than you do. You can go directly to the library later. All of the related records will be opened to you without reservation. There's no need for any exchange, because it's the same as eliminating Yan Xiao. This is our common goal. Su Qi was silent for a while, then took the wooden bottle. It could be seen that only now did he have a trace of recognition for the Forest Sea Sacred Clan. Chapter 452. The old shaman went into seclusion to craft the invisibility robe. Wu Qiuji studied the origin water and treated his injuries. Su Qi immersed himself in the sacred race's library and flipped through the various records. It was worth mentioning that the sacred race's language was very similar to the modern realm's language, so it wasn't difficult to decipher it. At the same time, Jiang Wang also announced that he was going into seclusion. He refused to admit that it was because he didn't want to help Qin Qishu get a lover, and was afraid that Qin Qishu would pester him. He was doing this for cultivation. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged in the fruit house. The small black snake trapped in the soulflower sea was still in the sky connecting palace. It had been wandering aimlessly ever since the hidden Snake King's death, and it had become dispirited after entering the divine Shadowland. This made it convenient for Jiang Wang's research. The soulflower sea was constructed using the power of the soul as a foundation, replacing Tao energy, and using the concept of the soulflower sea to create it. On the other hand, if he analyzed these small black snakes, would he be able to reverse the process of their creation? The caster was already dead, and there was no way to control it. Moreover, the power of the Tao technique that still remained in the Sky Connecting Palace was undoubtedly a rare material. Cultivation was a process of understanding the world and oneself. It was a process of exploration, seeking knowledge, and enjoying oneself. Jiang Wang wasn't afraid of tiring himself out, but the difficulty of analyzing this Tao technique still exceeded his expectations. It was already afternoon by the time he returned from the snake concealment robe. He had spent an entire night and the next day, but he still hadn't finished analyzing the soul Tao technique. If this Tao technique was compared to a black snake, then he had only just analyzed half of the snake's body, and the other half belonged to the snake's tail. It was already the last day before he had to deal with Yan Xiao. Time didn't allow him to continue analyzing it. Fortunately, he already had a foundation, so he could use this foundation to deduce it on the Tao platform after leaving the Forest Ocean origin realm. It was just something that required a bit of effort. This was the benefit of the great illusionary realm. Jiang Wang sat in front of the old shaman. Wu Qiuji's injuries had already recovered, but Su Qi was still searching for answers in the library. After the invisibility robe was completed, the old shaman first called Jiang Wang over. Jiang Wang did indeed need to communicate with her. This is the best of the 4 concealment garments. The old woman took out an item and placed it in front of Jiang Wang. Judging from its appearance, it was a gray robe. The design was normal and the color was ordinary. It was not eye-catching at all. Only upon closer inspection would one be able to tell that it was extraordinary. The most important thing was that the gown was complete, without the slightest trace of sewing. It was as if it was made from animal fur. This was probably what they meant by flawless. The material of this invisibility cloak was naturally the invisibility Snake King. 4. Jiang Wang stroked the stealth robe, feeling somewhat puzzled. Only 4 pieces were made in the first batch. Qi Shu also wants to go with you to kill Yan Xiao, so one of them belongs to him, said the old woman. Qing Qishu is going too? The old priest certainly knew where his doubts came from and responded. He is only responsible for defense, trying to help you resist Yan Zhao's attack so that you can create more damage. This way, it will not affect the outcome of Yan Zhao's death. If the 7 green trees only defended and did not attack, they would not violate the rules of Yan Zhao's resurrection. But this is too dangerous for him, said Jiang Wang. The old woman said slowly, running away from Xiang Shou is his responsibility. He also has the corresponding awareness, you don't have to worry. Jiang Wang finally understood. In the invisibility Snake King's land, when Qing Baji asked Qing Qishu why he did not bring a blade, Qing Qishu's answer was, practice. That giggling, burly fellow had indeed realized this long ago. Actually, Jiang Wang thought and said, I have no confidence in killing Yan Xiao. He had nothing to hide. This was related to his own safety, so there was no need to be shy. He originally had doubts about Yan Xiao. After the trip to the invisibility Snake King's land, he was also dissatisfied with the quality of his comrade. As a medical cultivator, Wu Qiuji's battle prowess had already been verified. He was not weak, but he was not strong either. Su Qi's emotions were in a mess, so it was difficult for him to display his peak strength. Now that he was wholeheartedly focused on the night invasion, it was not impossible for him to abandon Yan Xiao and leave if he obtained any clues. There was no need to be humble. He, Jiang Wang, would definitely be the main force in leading them to kill Yan Xiao. This also meant that he would have to bear the greatest risk. There was no need to mention any mission or honor. In the end, the Forest Ocean sacred race was completely foreign to him. Even though he had interacted with the 7 green trees in the past few days and was on good terms with them, he was still far from that level to risk his life for them. If things did not go well, he would rather leave the divine Shadowland and find another opportunity to leave the Forest Ocean origin world. If there was no other way, it would not be too late to come back and face Yan Xiao. The old shaman was experienced in worldly affairs, so it was impossible for her not to see Jiang Wang's emotions. She had given him the origin water and now told him about the 7 green trees' awareness in order to strengthen his confidence. However, the effects were clearly not enough. I know that you might have doubts about Yan Xiao, and I can understand. Resolving your doubts is what I should do as a shaman of the sacred race. The old woman said, Then young man, do you want to hear what we did to weaken Yan Xiao? What efforts have we made to weaken Yan Xiao? Jiang Wang said, I'd like to hear the details. You can't tell anyone what I'm about to tell you. I'm not as close to Su Qi and Wu Qiuji as you imagine. It's not to the point where we can talk about everything. The old woman said, I'm not referring to them, but to the members of the sacred race. Jiang Wang suppressed the doubts in his heart and only said, Please go ahead. The old woman suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question, Previously, Messenger Wu Qiuji asked me why the sacred tribe didn't send the old and the children when they offered their heads to Yan Shao. Instead, they sacrificed the young warriors through the method of mutual hunting. Do you remember my answer? The elderly are history, the children are the future. Jiang Wang's answer was without hesitation because he actually agreed with this answer. However, the old shaman said, "It has nothing to do with history or the future. It has nothing to do with honor or even morality. It only has to do with Yan Shao." Jiang Wang silently waited for her to continue. "Young man, I can see that you're a trustworthy person." The old woman's eyes were kind. Jiang Wang didn't speak. He didn't need to be modest about this because he was indeed very trustworthy. The old woman's tone suddenly became melancholy. "When I was the same age as Blue Flower, I also met a young man like you. He was also an outsider and was also summoned by the dragon god. That was really a beautiful age." She sighed softly. Listening was a very important ability. No one had taught him, but Jiang Wang already knew. At this moment, he just looked at the white-haired old woman in front of him, using his eyes to express his concentration. He was smart, courageous, hard-working, and powerful. When I met him, it was in a place where the spiritual silk flowers were in full bloom. The flower of the spiritual silk flowers is the spiritual silk. When it's born, it strands like hair. We also call it worry silk. It's really a worry. The old woman sighed, her eyes gently drooping, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. At that moment, there was a kind of girlish shyness, sour and astringent, but sweet worry. At this point, her wrinkled, thin, and withered hand patted the praying mat. "Oh, this praying mat is woven from spiritual silk. We use it to weave clothes and straw sandals. Everyone has worry, and everyone can't leave it." Chapter 453. Buddhists used shaving off their hair as a sign of becoming a monk and a nun, which was why they called their hair strands of worry. The old woman's voice was filled with joy as she spoke of the past. But now, her hair had turned to frost. Grass was once luxuriant and the moon was now dusk. When I was gathering spirit strands, he descended from the sky. His smile was warm and he looked handsome. He said, Miss, the old woman mulled over these two words. She looked at her shriveled and wrinkled hands and suddenly fell silent. All of her regrets, melancholy, unforgettable, and reluctance to part were contained in this silence. In the end, she skipped over all of the stories. After that, he lived here. He was wise and courageous, surpassing all men in the world. He found new divine dragonwood, and helped us complete our last migration. It was also him who found a way to deal with Yan Shao. He discovered that Yan Shao grew stronger by absorbing the power of hatred. Heads were its food, and resentment was its food. It was born in the forest-ocean origin world, and is the source of hatred in this world. No one who was born in this world can truly kill it. When he heard this, Jiang Wang realized a problem. When did this he speak of appear in the forest-ocean origin world? The old priestess looked at him deeply. You are as astute as he is. Indeed, he appeared over 500 years ago. The dragon god didn't slumber for as long as 1,000 years. Over 500 years ago, an emissary of the dragon god descended. However, that was when the forest-ocean origin world was at its most chaotic, and he was the only one who managed to find the sacred race alive. It was just that he hadn't been verified by the tree altar, so the dragon god didn't appear. Because of this matter could be hidden. Now, no one other than me knows that an emissary of the dragon god descended over 500 years ago. Why did an emissary of the dragon god descend over 500 years ago have to be hidden? What was the forest-ocean origin world like 500 years ago when it was at its most chaotic? What was the reason for this? The answer to the first question was very easy to deduce. The relationship between that descender and the old priestess was probably incompatible with the forest-ocean sacred race. Even more than 500 years ago, was the relationship between the dragon god's emissary and the forest-ocean sacred clan definitely a cooperative relationship? As for the latter question, Jiang Wang wasn't sure if he should ask. Questions about the Dark Ages might not be answered even if he asked. After much deliberation, Jiang Wang simply asked, "Doesn't he want to leave?" The corners of the old woman's mouth curled up again. "He said that I was unique and shouldn't share a name with others. He gave me a name, Xiao Fan." The old woman didn't seem to answer the question. But the answer was in this. To that descender, she was his worry and worry. So, of course, he didn't want to leave. For some reason, Jiang Wang suddenly thought that it was no wonder Qin Qishu was always thinking about getting a girlfriend, after an incalculable amount of time had passed. When one's hair had turned white, there would be a person, an experience that would make one laugh out loud. What a beautiful thing it was! No wonder the old priest had a certain understanding of the modern world and was very clear about the goal of the dragon god's emissary. With such a senior dragon god's emissary being in contact with her day and night, what else could she not know? For the dragon god's emissary, that senior was really a naked traitor, but Jiang Wang couldn't bring out any resentment. After thinking for a while, Jiang Wang asked another question. "When the swallow owl cries, it will eat 100 heads. I see that there aren't many sacred clan warriors who participate in the mutual hunt." The priest said, "The mutual hunt is a kind of honor. Only the most outstanding sacred clan warriors can participate. And when the swallow owl cries, it eats 100 heads, not all of them are human heads. This is also the reason why the sacred clan warriors often need to hunt. It's to hoard the heads of wild beasts." Jiang Wang nodded, expressing his understanding. The priest continued. "He tried to kill the swallow owl by himself, but the swallow owl had already grown for so many years that he was no match for it. But after fighting with it many times, he also had a certain understanding of the swallow owl. He discovered that the swallow owl was born from the human race. Human heads are its staple food, and the resentment of humans is also the source of its power." Jiang Wang was really impressed. That senior did a lot. As I said, he is a great man that is second to none in the world. The old woman accepted this admiration and continued, after understanding the source of the swallow owl's resources, he thought of a way to deal with it. The people who offer the heads can't have resentment in their hearts, or at least the resentment can't be too strong. So according to his suggestion, I came forward to lead the establishment of the mutual hunt tradition. Let the warriors in the clan respect and recognize this tradition, and treat it as an honor, not abandoning it. Let the warriors fiercely and not die full of resentment. In this way, the swallow owl's power not only won't increase, but it will also slowly weaken because of the lack of human resentment. It has been weakened until now, and I finally saw the opportunity to eliminate it. The Forest-Ocean Sacred Clan's mutual hunt tradition was completed under the guidance of someone. That descender, in order to eliminate the swallow owl, set up a scheme that lasted for more than 500 years. It couldn't be said that it was not far away, and the effort was not small. What if the swallow owl didn't wait for you to offer the heads, but directly hunted and swallowed the heads himself? Then wouldn't the meaning of the mutual hunt not exist? Jiang Wang asked again. Offering the heads is a kind of ceremony, just like how the heads of the owls were hung on a wooden pole in the earliest days. It needs to draw power from this kind of ceremony. That's why it creates terror. In other words, directly killing people and then swallowing the heads can't give it power. That's why the swallow owl had to go through so much trouble to force people to offer their heads to it. Jiang Wang roughly understood and asked again, "Why didn't you tell us this at the beginning?" The old woman responded directly, "I don't know if you can be trusted. This opportunity is too important. We have waited for more than 500 years, and I don't want to waste it. Then why do you think I can be trusted now? That messenger Su Chi, after recognizing you, treated you as a person who can be trusted. It shows that you have a good reputation in your place. The old priest said, when you went to hunt the snake, I was actually observing you. In times of danger, you were willing to save your companions. In times of trouble, you were willing to take on heavy responsibilities. That's why I feel that you are someone who can be trusted, just like him. The him that the priest mentioned was naturally that senior's descender. I don't dare compare myself to the person in your heart. Jiang Wang hesitated for a moment before asking, I wonder if you can't compare to him. However, there are a lot of things that are very similar, the old woman said. It seemed that, in her opinion, having a lot of things similar to that person was a great compliment. She slowly said, he's been gone for a long time. That senior didn't receive the dragon god's baptism? Jiang Wang asked. After becoming a member of the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan, his lifespan should have increased. Based on how that senior was able to fight against the unweakened swallow owl, his strength should have far surpassed the current Jiang Wang. The priest had said that if Jiang Wang received the dragon god's baptism, his lifespan would increase to 1,000 years. If that senior chose to receive the dragon god's baptism, his lifespan should be even longer. Since he didn't plan on leaving the Forest Ocean Origin Realm, there was no reason for him to refuse. The old woman was silent for a moment before saying, he has his own beliefs. This was an unexpected answer. Chapter 454. What is his faith? Jiang Wang asked. The old woman glanced at him with some reproach, as if blaming him for touching her sore spot. But she still replied, he is a Buddhist disciple. Jiang Wang cleverly replied, but he still chose to be by your side. The old woman smiled again. Yes. In fact, Jiang Wang's heart fluctuated greatly. Monk again. And this old woman also said that I am quite similar to this monk? Am I really fated to be a monk? He couldn't help but shake his head, trying to get rid of this terrible thought. In fact, he was also traumatized by Kuju Jingli and his master. As a prominent sect in the present world, it was normal to meet monks more often. It was abnormal to never meet one. But then again, if the predecessor was a monk, the name, Xiao Fan, seemed more romantic. Xiao Fan, fancy, bald head hair. I have already shaved my head and become a monk, no longer belonging to the mortal world, but you have become my mortal fate. Truly a master. This was the infinitely gentle name he gave to the priests of the Holy Clan. If he was born a few hundred years earlier, he could have known this master. Would he have needed to worry about how to teach Qin Qishu to have a good relationship? What is this master's Buddhist name? Jiang Wang asked. Jokes aside, if he could know his origin in the modern world, he might be able to get a glimpse of his layout style. The old priest said, his name is Guan Yin. He told me that he was born in Xiankong Temple. Xiankong Temple. In Jiang Wang's mind, Kuju's yellow and thin old face unconsciously appeared. As if to say to him, disciple, you really are fated to be with my Xiankong Temple. He tried to dispel this illusion. Jiang Wang said, it is indeed a famous sect in the world. No wonder he is so excellent that you can't forget him. I can only tell you. The old woman sighed. He single-handedly set the tradition of the Holy Clan's mutual hunting. The historical records of the Holy Clan were also organized by him. He found the new Shenlong wood, helped us complete the migration, and found a way to deal with Yen Xiao. The Holy Clan can be said to have continued because of him, but I can't mention him to the people. Jiang Wang certainly understood why the old priest could not mention monk Guan Yin to his people. The first thing to consider was whether or not the Xiang Shou could continue. Could Yen Xiao continue to be weakened? As for whether the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan could accept outsiders who refused to change their faith, That was one of the conflicts that could not be resolved. Because the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan existed because of their faith in the dragon god, there was no basis for reconciliation on this issue. He threw the messy thoughts about the Xiankong temple aside. Jiang Wang said, "So, Priest Ren, what you mean is that Yan Zhao's power has not been replenished in the past 500 years. Instead, he's been losing power, and now he's weakened to the point where he can be defeated by me?" The priest said. When Baji presented his head, he saw the wound on Yan Zhao's left wing. There was no one left in the Forest Ocean Origin realm who could resist it. The only ones who could harm it were outsiders. Since that outsider was able to hurt it, it's enough to prove that its strength has been weakened to the same level as the outsider. She looked at Jiang Wang. The problem now is where your strength ranks among all the emissaries of the dragon god. Can you compare to the emissary of the dragon god who died in battle? This will determine whether you have the chance to kill Yan Zhao. Jiang Wang recalled the cultivators in the star positions near the Seven Stars Valley and said directly, "Among the descenders in this world, I have no opponents." These words sounded very arrogant, but it was the truth. He definitely had opponents among the cultivators who participated in the Seven Stars Valley's secret realm, but they were all at the Heavenly Spirit star position and definitely not at the Earthly Fiend star position. Jiang Wang chose the Earthly Fiend star position because he did not chase after the best harvest. What he wanted was a treasure that could increase his lifespan. Of course, there might be people who hid their strength. However, there were only a few Inner Mansion realm cultivators this time, and they were all at the Heavenly Spirit star position in pursuit of the Outer Tower's secret that had spread like wildfire. And as long as he was within the Soaring Dragon realm, Jiang Wang was not afraid of battle. "Then your path home lies with Yan Zhao," the priest said. Jiang Wang thought for a while and replied, "I admit that I have been convinced, but I only represent myself. I don't know what Su Qi and Wu Qiuji's decision will be." The old woman smiled. "They will make the same choice as you. Because this is the only correct path. As early as 500 years ago, Guan Yin had already prepared for this day." That night, the three dragon gods' emissaries sat together again. From the beginning, Su Qi did not have any thoughts about Yan Zhao. He only wanted to steal some treasures and leave. However, after encountering the night invasion, his mentality had changed. Now, he only wanted to find the culprit who created the night invasion and avenge Xiao Yu. This was also the reason why Jiang Wang thought that he might not participate in targeting Yan Zhao. "Now let's talk openly and honestly," Jiang Wang said seriously. "If we want to deal with Yan Zhao together, we must build trust between each other. It's better to have no teammates who scheme against each other." He looked at Wu Qiuji and then looked at Su Qi. Su Qi said that I am now De Qi's official male of Qingyang Town. I have a title and land. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. I can promise you that before Yan Zhao is taken care of, I will not use any tricks against you. As for the loot after Yan Zhao is taken care of, we can rely on our own abilities. Now we can discuss a distribution plan. This was not very convincing, because no matter how trustworthy you were, why should others trust you when they were not familiar with you? However, trust was the basis of cooperation. Moreover, Jiang Wang felt that since Su Qi had a detailed understanding of him, this kind of trust should be possible. Because the words he had said, the things he had done, and the attitude he had expressed all along the way, he was worthy of the trust of others. He did not expect Wu Qiuji to be the first to express his opinion. "I think you are trustworthy. You are not so hypocritical. I am willing to believe you." At this time, his hand was completely healed. The effect of the origin water was extraordinary. He continued, "I am very simple. I am Wu Qiuji, the eldest disciple of the leader of the Golden Needle sect. The reputation of the Golden Needle sect is still acceptable. The two reached an agreement, so they both looked at Su Qi. At this time, Su Qi said, I know all of your information, your promises are very important. Different from you, I come from Liang Shanglo, a sect with a bad reputation. I myself do not have a good reputation. The so-called gentleman on the beam was a thief. There were only a few transcendents in Liang Shanglo, most of them were normal people who stole for a living. It was a ninth-rate sect. The sect was small, weak, and had a bad reputation. At least, Wu Qiuji was already frowning. However, you can also believe me, because right now I want to kill Yan Xiao more than any of you. Su Qi said, I have flipped through all the records of the Forest Ocean Sacred Tribe, piecing together the relevant information. I found that the creator of the night invasion is Yan Xiao. Therefore, please do not doubt my hatred towards him. Little Yu's spirit in heaven will watch me. Before Yan Xiao is destroyed, I will not waver. As for the loot after Yan Xiao is destroyed, my character is not trustworthy. Therefore, there is no need for a distribution plan. When the time comes, we will rely on our own abilities. To make such a promise in the name of Little Yu's spirit in heaven, of course it was very sincere. Jiang Wang looked at Wu Qiuji. Seeing him nod, he said, Then it will be so. Chapter 455. No matter how much Yan Xiao was weakened, he was still a terrifying existence that only appeared in legends. No matter how talented that Master Guan Yen was, he was unable to destroy him while he was still alive. Thus, no matter how much confidence the old priest gave him, Jiang Wang still maintained a certain level of caution. He had to ensure the unity of his side before the battle, which was why he had this open and honest chat. Of course, the result was to everyone's satisfaction. It was still unclear what they would gain after destroying Yan Xiao, so discussing the distribution plan in advance was not feasible. Jiang Wang supported relying on their own abilities, based on absolute confidence in their strength. However, this also showed that Su Qi and Wu Qiuji were hiding some of their strength, or else they would not be so confident. This was not a problem. The only thing that made Jiang Wang somewhat suspicious was how the old priest was sure that Su Qi would find out the truth behind the night invasion. Did she already know what the truth was? Regardless, the time had come. According to the priest, Yan Xiao would enter the weakest period of the year from this day onwards. Jiang Wang, Su Qi, Wei Qiuji, and Qing Qishu were the four people who were ready to go. There was no grand farewell ceremony. Most of the sacred ones did not know what they were going to do. Before Yan Xiao was destroyed, they would not be informed. The old priest stood far away at the door of the fruit house, looking at something. Perhaps he was thinking of the person who had left long ago. The round-faced girl named Little Fruit tilted her head and looked at them curiously. She had been in the shadowed land since birth, and was full of curiosity about the outside world. Since the birth of Yan Xiao, many of the sacred ones had never left. Their curiosity about the outside world had been stifled. Recently, in order to establish the attraction that Mr. Zhang had mentioned, Qing Qishu had boasted crazily about himself. At this moment, he waved at Little Fruit. Brother Qishu is going hunting. I'll catch a rabbit for you? It's so furry and soft. Little Fruit nodded vigorously. Both Qing Baji and Qing Jui, who knew the inside story, came to send Qing Qishu off. No matter what their previous relationship was or what opinions they had, no one dared to oppose him now. You must be careful, don't be careless and take it lightly, Qing Jui advised. Qing Qishu said impatiently, all right, I know. He saw that he was still looking into the distance. Qing Jui explained, today is an important day. The viridescent flower is at the tree altar. When Yan Xiao was weak, the Azure Saintess was at the altar. She must have been waiting for a possible oracle and praying for their journey. When Qing Qishu thought of this, the regret in his heart lessened and he grinned. Qishu, Qing Baji looked at him sincerely. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Blue Flower. Get lost. Qing Qishu shouted 3 times before turning around in a huff. The inside and outside of the divine Shadowland were like 2 different worlds. Jiang Wang and the others had already gotten used to the Sunhai Origin Realm's lack of light. Qing Qishu led the way in front. He had never been to Yen Zhao's lair, but he held a map in his hand that pointed straight to the target. It was said to have been left behind by the senior warriors of the sacred clan. However, Jiang Wang knew that the person who had drawn this map was most likely Guan Yen. That Descender Senior had fought monsters like Yen Xiao many times for his little annoyance. After confirming that he couldn't kill Yen Xiao back then, he had left behind a plan for today. According to the map, Yen Zhao's lair was to the northwest of the divine Shadowland. The distance in a straight line was already quite far, and they had to go around several forbidden areas. As such, they were bound to spend a lot of time on the road. Jiang Wang and the others maintained a certain speed according to the map. They couldn't run at full speed, but they still had to make sure that they arrived at their destination within 2 days. Yen Zhao's period of weakness began on the 17th day of the 9th month and lasted for 3 to 5 days. As such, 2 days was a relatively safe time. Moreover, the Sunhai Origin Realm was fraught with danger. Running at full speed could easily result in them not being able to react in time. Although Qing Qishu was usually carefree and didn't seem to have much of a brain, he was still a qualified hunter. He knew all the forbidden areas along the way like the back of his hand and prevented the group from taking unnecessary risks. He was also able to lead the group away from some of the stronger wild beasts. Of course, there were no weak wild beasts in the Sunhai Origin Realm. Even the little rabbit that Qing Qishu spoke of was much bigger than Little Fruit. Who knew if the little girl would dare to raise it if he brought it back? What attracted Jiang Wang's attention the most were the traces of other humans that they would occasionally see along the way. He saw wooden houses built on trees and cave houses with half of their entrances exposed outside. Dust had long since accumulated in the interior, and some of them had been occupied by wild beasts. It had been a very long time since anyone had lived here. Looking at these abandoned areas, one could almost imagine the fear that these places had faced back then. What was it? What was the danger that had almost wiped them out, or had already wiped them out? Was it Yen Xiao? Along the way there were only trees and wild beasts. They didn't see any humans other than the sacred race. There weren't even any signs of life. Those abandoned houses had obviously been here for a very long time, probably hundreds of years. It wasn't unreasonable for the Sunhai sacred race to suspect that all humans other than them had been wiped out. They had booked a 2-day trip, which meant that they would be spending the night in the Sunhai Origin Realm. The sacred race's response to the danger of night invasion was the divine dragon incense, an incense made from the core of divine dragon wood. Its fragrance could resist the Sunhai Origin Realm's sleepiness at night. Divine dragon wood was becoming increasingly scarce, and the sacred race had no choice but to use soul nurturing to cultivate it, so it was easy to imagine just how precious this incense was. The old shaman practically emptied his clan's treasury and took out a total of 5 incense sticks. If they still hadn't dealt with Yen Xiao after 5 nights, they wouldn't be able to succeed again. The first night's resting place was in a clearing in the forest. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants had already been chased away. When night fell, the entire Sunhai Origin Realm fell silent. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. The divine dragon incense burned quietly in the center of the clearing. Wu Qiuji stared at it intently, ready to charge forward and reignite it at any time, even though Qing Qishu had repeatedly assured him that the incense wouldn't be extinguished. Su Qi stared blankly into the night, his thoughts unknown. How big is the Sunhai Origin Realm? Have you ever thought of going to its limits and taking a look? Jiang Wang broke the silence and asked. That's a good idea. Qing Qishu's eyes lit up. Are we going to use this as an excuse to bring Blue Flower along? Jiang Wang. He instantly lost interest in chatting. He fell silent. There was nothing to talk about with someone who was only interested in getting close to him. It was better to continue exploring the 5 prefectures day after day. Knowing that the Sunhai Origin realm was dangerous at night, even the most ambitious person wouldn't sleep. To Jiang Wang, however, this made no difference. He rarely slept unless he was too tired. He spent most of his time cultivating. The night passed in silence. The Sunhai Origin realm seemed to be changing very slowly. The map from several hundred years ago didn't seem to have changed much compared to the current situation. With the map's clear guidance, the 4 of them arrived at their destination on the afternoon of the second day. The entrance to their destination was marked by a giant, toppled, and decaying piece of divine dragon wood. When it fell, it was as tall as 3 people. Even a piece of decaying wood could give birth to life. This was especially true for such a giant piece of decaying wood. However, the decaying piece of divine dragon wood in front of them was completely different. It didn't even have a single bug on it, and it gave off a feeling of pure death. It was truly dead. It had died without leaving behind any signs of life. Jiang Wang flew into the air and saw the toppled piece of divine dragon wood. Dense rows of trees grew in front of him. These trees were relatively thin and weren't as large as the trees that could be found everywhere in the Sunhai Origin realm. Furthermore, the space between 2 trees was extremely narrow, and this was the first time Jiang Wang had seen such dense trees in the Sunhai Origin realm. It was as if these trees didn't need to compete for survival resources. In other words, their survival didn't depend on light or water. Every tree had a human head hanging on it. Chapter 456. This was where Yen Zhao's lair was located. On the map, it was labeled as the Forest of Hanging Skulls. The skulls hung silently from the trees, their empty eye sockets seeming to stare at every visitor. This silence, this hopelessness, it had lasted for hundreds of years. The 4 of them spread out. Qing Qishu held his shield and walked at the front, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. From now on, he would carry out his responsibilities. As a sacred race warrior, he had to be the first to deal with any danger that came against the emissary of the dragon god. To Jiang Wang and the others, this was a risk, a gamble that sought rewards amidst danger. But to the Forest Ocean sacred race warriors, this was a struggle against an unfortunate fate. It was the dividing line between light and darkness. Qing Qishu didn't even bring his blade, afraid that he would subconsciously injure Yen Zhao and trigger the conditions for Yen Zhao's resurrection. Previously, he had been attacked so many times by the hidden serpent and was in so much pain, but he hadn't retaliated even once. He had been training for today. This was the sacred race's best chance in 1,000 years, and perhaps their last chance. This was what Great Ant had said before leaving. The concealment clothes he hid in his bosom had been infused with scraps of the hidden Serpent King's skin. In terms of quality, it was second only to the one Jiang Wang had made entirely out of the hidden Serpent King's skin. This was the old priest's slight bias towards him. The Forest of Hanging Skulls was extremely quiet. It was clearly afternoon, but it was as silent as night. This silence caused Jiang Wang to recall the deathly stillness he had experienced when he first arrived in the Forest Ocean Origin realm. Was there any connection between that place and the Forest of Hanging Skulls? At that time, he had also heard Yen Zhao's cry. The leaves rustled under his feet. "Don't be impatient," Jiang Wang reminded him. Su Qi pursed his lips, and he really did suppress the urge to charge forward. Wu Qiuji casually stabbed a few trees with his golden needles as he walked. "There's no poison," he said. It was strangely calm. The 4 of them advanced cautiously, but they didn't encounter any attacks along the way. The terror of the Forest of Hanging Skulls seemed to be limited to its outer appearance. They walked forward into the depths of the Forest of Hanging Skulls. The surrounding trees were like bare and straight wooden poles, but at the top, there were luxuriant branches and leaves. Pale human skulls hung from the joints between the branches and the trunk. Qing Qishu glanced at the skulls. He didn't dare to look any longer. If I fail today, the one hanging on this tree in the future may be me, or it may be my child, he said. Jiang Wang looked at the skulls carefully and didn't say anything. His field of vision suddenly expanded. The dense forest became sparse here, and an open space appeared in the forest. This should be the center of the forest of hanging skulls. What was surprising was that there was actually a small wooden house in this place. Jiang Wang's hand was already on his sword hilt. There was someone in the depths of Cranium Forest. The wooden house was a very ordinary wooden house. There was nothing special about it. The door was wide open, and they could see directly into the central room. There was a wooden table and 4 long stools. Just like an ordinary family, there were wooden bowls, wooden chopsticks, and wooden dishes on the table. It was as if a family was having a meal. However, the bowls and plates were empty, and there was no one at the table. Jiang Wang's gaze stopped outside the room. There was a swallow's nest hanging from the eaves of the wooden house. A swallow poked its little head out of the nest and looked at them. That gaze, it was actually filled with joy. Perhaps it was too happy, but it jumped lightly in the nest. Everyone was able to clearly see its full appearance. It wasn't as large as the other beasts in the forest ocean origin realm. In fact, its size wasn't much different from the beasts in the modern realm. It was quite small. It looked just like an ordinary swallow. The only difference was that it didn't have a tail. A tailless swallow. Su Qi's dagger was already in his hand. Jiang Wang silently formed an incantation gesture, and Wu Qiuji pinched the golden needle. The tailless swallow lowered its head and lightly pecked at the edge of the nest. Suddenly, the world began to spin. Jiang Wang came to his senses and stood still. When he raised his head again, the world had changed. He heard a childlike voice in his ears. "Welcome to my home." The dense veined patterns beneath his feet were like straw mats, and he no longer felt as if he was standing on solid ground. When he looked up at the sky, he could no longer see the sky. All he could see were dark brown veins. The tailless swallow that had spoken was standing in front of him, but its size was already comparable to any of them. There was indeed a bloody wound on its left wing. At the end of his field of vision, he could see that there were also veined patterns that looked like straw mat. It was as if the earth had been swept up by some kind of power. Jiang Wang suddenly understood. "We've been sucked into a swallow's nest? Is this your home?" Su Qi stared at it. "You actually have a home?" He held his daggers in reverse and leapt forward. There was no need to exchange pleasantries with a monster like Yan Xiao. Wu Qiuji casually placed a few golden needles around his body. He flicked his finger, and a golden light flashed rapidly. The tailless swallow only looked at 7 azure trees and said happily, "I've already eaten my fill this year. You don't have to come over." As it spoke, a golden light appeared and formed a golden line that wrapped around the tailless swallow. Su Qi had already leapt forward and stabbed his daggers into Yan Zhao's body. A dagger stabbed into its chest and a dagger stabbed into its wound. He even forcefully stirred it a few times. The tailless swallow seemed to be dazed for a moment. It did not understand why these people would attack it. But in the next moment, it suddenly opened its mouth and let out a strange howl. Cold, sharp, and frightening. When Yan Xiao cries, it will eat 100 heads. The childlike, innocent look in his eyes turned vicious and ruthless. The golden line on its body immediately broke. Su Qi's movement was extremely fast. He directly threw away his daggers and retreated, instantly moving far away. But Yan Xiao only flapped its wings and had already caught up. It pecked with its beak. Do. A tough wooden shield blocked in front of Yan Zhao's beak. 7 azure trees had arrived in time and used the wooden shield to block the attack. Everyone did not even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. From the point of contact between the wooden shield and the beak as the center, a black color quickly spread out. The wooden color withered and the wooden shield withered. This wooden shield had blocked countless attacks in the place where the snake was hidden. It was not damaged at all. In the past hunts, it had saved 7 azure trees countless times and had never disappointed him. But what was frightening was that, after receiving a peck from Yen Xiao, this treasure blessed by the dragon god instantly lost its life. The green wood decayed and collapsed with a tut. There was no shield in 7 azure trees' hands. His greatest reliance could not block for even a breath. Yen Xiao went straight in. Clang! The tip of Chang Xi's sword collided with Yen Zhao's beak. Jiang Wang's sword arrived like a shooting star and blocked the peck. He had already seen the terror of Yen Zhao's beak. Although he was very confident in the quality of Chang Xi's famous weapon, he was also afraid that the sword would rot. Therefore, on the tip of the sword, there was a layer of Tao energy quite extravagantly wrapped. It was precisely because of this that he clearly sensed how a strand of gloomy and cold energy swiftly corroded these Tao energy. Jiang Wang's control of Tao energy had already reached a very fine level. But the process of Tao energy's collapse was so specific that it made him so shocked. What kind of power was this? At this time, the 3 of them were entangled with Yen Xiao. The only one who had not yet gotten close, Wu Chu's golden line, was broken. His 10 fingers were trembling violently as he shot out golden needles. But none of the golden needles were shot at Yen Xiao. Instead, they were shot at the surrounding ground, and Su Qi relied on his movement technique to flip and turn in the air. He had already landed on Yen Zhao's back. He held the hammer with both hands and smashed it directly at the back of Yen Zhao's head. Yen Xiao spread his right wing. Su Qi's hammer instantly missed. Yen Xiao had already appeared in the sky behind him and pecked down. Poof! Blood splattered. A palm blocked the bird's beak. It was 7 azure trees' hand. He had kept his promise. In the situation where the wooden shield was lost, he still blocked the attack for the dragon god messengers. Chapter 457. When Su Qi's hammer came down, Qing Qishu suddenly charged up. He passed by Su Qi in an instant. He even directly slapped towards Yen Zhao's beak. It was like he had slapped it. Yen Zhao's beak pecked through the hand without any suspense. No blood drip. Bang! Jiang Wang kicked Yen Xiao from the front and sent him flying. The beak left Qing Qishu's hand, but the hole froze. The black color did not spread, and the blood did not flow back. Qing Qishu's recovery ability and the strange power of Yen Zhao's beak seemed to cancel each other out. No, more accurately, Yen Zhao's beak had the upper hand. The recovery ability that Qing Qishu was so proud of was ineffective against Yen Xiao. Qing Qishu's shield's ending had already warned everyone that Yen Zhao's beak would kill whoever it hurt. Only Qing Qishu could rely on his recovery ability to take a few hits. But how long could he take a peck that left a hole? More importantly, this ability did not exist in the records of the Forest Ocean Saint clan. Had Yen Xiao obtained some kind of growth? Or was this an ability that would only be revealed when it was weak? Yen Xiao was sent flying with a kick. The golden needles that Wu Qiuji had dropped on the ground all flew up and surrounded him. Xiao, there was a very soft sound of breaking air. Countless sounds gathered into this sound. It was as if a ball of golden light had exploded, and countless strands of golden light shot out. They filled the line of sight and covered Yen Xiao. The secret of the Golden Needle Clan, disease-locking golden needles. Wu Qiuji's fingers moved quickly, extremely focused. Golden light flashed, tens of thousands of needles piercing through. But Yen Zhao's right wing flapped again, and he disappeared. Su Qi leaped without warning like a fish swimming into the sea. And Yen Zhao's beak just happened to peck at his previous position. This movement technique was indeed ingenious. In the records of the Saint clan, it was only known that Yen Xiao was extremely fast, had great strength, a sharp beak, sharp claws, and was undying. Now that they fought, its speed and strength were not as good as what was recorded. It was clear that after a few hundred years, it had become much weaker. But no one said that its beak could kill with a peck, or that it could teleport with a flap of its right wing. The records of Yen Xiao and the Saint clan were too far behind. With the ability to teleport, it would be too difficult to kill it. If they couldn't lock onto it, no matter how perfect their coordination was, it would only end up like Wu Qiuji's golden needle lock, where they had prepared for a long time only to fail. Through the red makeup mirror, he might be able to find the relevant details and find an opportunity to lock onto its landing spot. However, under such circumstances, Jiang Wang did not dare to enter the red makeup mirror at all. Yen Xiao could peck the red makeup mirror to pieces with one flap of its wings. When that happened, he would not even have time to jump out and would be destroyed together with the red makeup mirror. Difficult. It was too difficult. Holding the golden needle between his fingers, Wu Qiuji did not know whether he should place it or not, or where he should place it. The only fortunate thing was that Yen Zhao's left wing was severely injured. With just a flap of his right wing, he could teleport through the air. With just a flap of his left wing, he had no idea what kind of terrifying ability he possessed. That unknown descender must be a powerful cultivator who had concealed his strength. However, no matter why he hid his strength or what his purpose was, no one knew. No one else knew what kind of soul-stirring battle had taken place between him and Yen Xiao. Only the wound on Yen Zhao's left wing was left, which provided assistance to Yen Zhao's later challengers. Life and death were such direct and cruel matters. If Jiang Wang and the others died here today, their brilliance would also be unknown. At this moment, Yen Zhao's eyes were only left with pure madness and brutality. Su Qi, who was the first to injure it, had already become its primary target. After pecking at empty air, its right wing flapped again. It once again appeared behind Su Qi. And Su Qi rose from the ground as if he had foreseen it, revealing Jiang Wang in front of him. This was a near-perfect coordination. Chirp chirp chirp. Dong dong. Dong dong. Jiang Wang released the 8-tone flame sparrow that he had prepared for a long time. It directly bombarded Yen Xiao with a large area of effect Dao techniques, making it impossible for Yen Xiao to escape. This Dao technique with a clear goal and precise landing spot had indeed achieved the best result since the start of the battle. Yen Zhao's teleportation range was not far enough. After flapping its wings, it was still within the bombardment range of the 8-tone flame sparrow and was hit by the explosion. Moreover, the damage of the 8-tone flame sparrow also contained the sound of killing. No matter how fast Yen Xiao ran, as long as the 8-tone flame sparrow did not stop when it stopped, it would be the first to be injured. Yen Xiao, whose face was covered in dust and whose feathers were dripping with blood, recovered from the damage of the 8-tone flame sparrow and stared at Jiang Wang. Brutality, madness, hatred. It flapped its right wing. Dong. The bird's beak hit the circle of the sword. It returned without success again. Jiang Wang, who had formed a circle of the sword, was like a curled-up hedgehog, with no blind spots at all. Yen Xiao glided through the air and clawed down. It was a sharp sound like teeth grinding. Jiang Wang clearly felt that his circle of the sword had stagnated at a certain moment. It was impossible for this sword to stop, but this flaw still appeared. This was a new ability, different from the previous peck to decay and teleportation. Jiang Wang had just seen these abilities for the first time, so he could not accurately describe and summarize them. But a terrible image suddenly appeared in his mind. It seemed that Yen Xiao had embarked on a completely different path from what was recorded. And judging from these abilities, how many abilities had it cultivated? In addition to the torn left wing, if one assumed that it represented a type of ability, then there were already 4 types of abilities. What kind of changes would happen if it was able to cultivate 5 different abilities? As the saying went, although a sparrow is small, it has all 5 internal organs. So did a swallow, which also had 5 internal organs. If Yen Xiao cultivated 5 abilities, would it be like a cultivator who obtained 5 supernatural powers and become a heaven-blessed land? What would happen after becoming a heaven-blessed land? This thought just flashed by, and Jiang Wang had no time to think about it, because his circle of the sword had collapsed on the spot. Yen Xiao even stuck its beak in and aimed at his throat. Jiang Wang only shook his wrist, and the Sauvignon Blanc was already in front of his neck. Even if the circle of the sword collapsed, he was confident enough to protect his vital parts. With his long sword in hand, everything was not over yet. But Yen Xiao in front of him disappeared again. Jiang Wang only felt something hit his back hard. It was Qing Qishu. Qing Qishu could not keep up with Yen Xiao's speed, but before Yen Xiao launched his attack, he guarded behind Jiang Wang with the awareness of a defensive master. Sure enough, Yen Xiao's attack came. However, a large part of his chest was also torn apart by the claw. His chest still did not bleed. He reached out subconsciously, wanting to grab both sides of Yen Xiao's wings. He wanted to tear off Yen Xiao's wings directly, but his hand stopped in midair. He could not. It was not that he did not have a chance to do it, but even if he did, he could not do it. He could not hurt Yen Xiao directly, because that would only lead to the resurrection of this monster, which was more powerful and more terrifying. Dragon God above. He, Qing Qishu, was a warrior, but he could only bear it and could not fight back. His teeth were almost broken, and he could only stare at Yen Xiao fiercely. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only happened in the moment of confrontation. Jiang Wang felt that the person on his back had gone soft. He hugged him back, and the position immediately reversed. The sword looked straight at Yen Xiao. It was also at this time that Yen Xiao saw the inscription on the Sauvignon Blanc, "Swallow returns to nest." Yen Xiao, shrouded in pure brutality and madness, seemed to think of something all of a sudden. His eyes were clear for a moment, and then they were filled with endless hatred and loathing. He opened his mouth and screamed. That scream was weird, evil, and different from before. It sounded like, yen, yen, yen. Chapter 458. Hearing Yen Zhao's cry, Jiang Wang had an ominous premonition in his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. But while this kind of fear was still in his mind, Jiang Wang's sword had already moved. Facing terror, ending terror in advance. That was his choice. Nothing could stop him from moving forward, nothing could make him escape. The long sword turned from the horizontal to the side, revealing his eyes. They were clear and calm, but upon closer inspection, they seemed to be weather-beaten. After experiencing all the things of the world, they were no longer the same as the secular world. The tip of the sword was parallel to his eyes. This line was straight and sharp, simple but firm, unquestionable and unchangeable. His right hand holding the sword pulled forward, bright, calm, and confident. This sword was like a famous scholar waving his brush, with a kind of free and easy style. A famous scholar called Su Fang. Earlier, he pointed at the country, scolded the crown prince, and scolded the profiteers. Later, he lived a life worse than death for 18 years like a walking corpse. Finally, he knelt outside the green stone palace, cut open his stomach and confessed his liver. A lifetime of pride, a lifetime of stubbornness. The second sword of Jiang Wang's human sword. This sword was for the famous scholar's downfall. This sword looked at the sea to see the true heart, took the bright moon to illuminate oneself. Only a great hero could be true to himself, only a true famous scholar could be free and easy. It was free and easy, but it was unavoidable. Yan Xiao instinctively felt the danger. His right wing moved, wanting to shake again. At this moment, Su Qi's 5 fingers were half clenched, as if forming a pocket. His right hand easily and naturally reached into this pocket. Su Qi had fought with Yan Xiao for a while, so he was very familiar with it. Step on the spot, mark. The traces were engraved, and the trajectory was memorized, so there was this reaching into the pocket. His hand reached out from the pocket, and Yan Zhao's left wing was grabbed by an invisible hand at the same time. It couldn't be fought for. Yan Xiao turned back to peck, his beak glowing. He did attack the force that bound him. The invisible force was annihilating, but Jiang Wang's sword came. At the critical moment, Yan Xiao turned his head to avoid it, and even burst out his strength at this time, pulling the invisible force away. Correspondingly, Su Qi's hand in the distance was also violently pulled to the side. Yan Zhao's agility and strength caused this fatal sword strike to miss. Jiang Wang's hand that was holding the sword slipped, and the blade missed its neck. However, he did not show any mercy and cut off its left wing that was caught. The tailless swallow became a one-winged tailless swallow. Jiang Wang sighed inwardly and raised the tip of his sword. Perhaps he had sensed danger. Yan Xiao was in pain. Although his left wing was broken, his eyes regained clarity. At this moment, its eyes were no longer filled with pure brutality or hatred, but it was also no longer as naive as it had been in the beginning. Instead, it truly had the feeling of time, and carried with it the accumulation of time, wisdom. Jiang Wang was the one who had heard it, but for it, who had the ability to teleport, the biggest threat was actually Su Qi. Its ability to take things out of its pocket was too restrictive. His left wing was sliced off, and blood poured out like a waterfall. In such a state, Yan Xiao did not go crazy. Instead, he was calm and composed. He quickly distinguished the main and secondary factors and seized the opportunity to win. He flapped his right wing. He had already appeared behind Su Qi's head and lowered his head to peck. Although Su Qi's ability to take things out of his pocket was very strong, it was actually very restrictive. To understand the target and leave an imprint, there were many preparations in advance to be able to take things out of it easily and naturally. Speaking of which, this was his trump card, the one that decided the outcome of the battle. However, Yan Xiao dodged in time and was not killed by Jiang Wang on the spot. He could even quickly launch a counterattack. It was surprising and even terrifying. This peck was unavoidable. Jiang Wang and Qing Qishu could not make it in time. Wu Qiuji shook out a golden needle, but Yan Xiao took it head-on. Even if it was hit by a golden needle, it was unwilling to slow down and let Su Qi take the opportunity to slip away. The bird's beak with some kind of deadly force pecked Su Qi's head just like that. But there was the sound of something breaking. It was the hairpin on Su Qi's head. No matter when, his hair was tied up tightly. He seemed to pay great attention to his bearing. However, at this moment, this hairpin blocked Yan Zhao's fatal blow. The hairpin shattered on the spot. A head of fine black hair fell down like a waterfall. There was a slight change in the handsome face, the parts of the man's face instantly softening. After such a slight change, her face instantly became more delicate and charming. Beside the ferocious Yan Xiao, there was a sense of weakness that one could not help but feel pity for. Su Qi, it was actually a woman. She had only been using that hairpin that had both defensive and concealing effects to hide herself. At this moment, of course, it was not the time to be tangled up in such matters. Whether Su Qi was a man or a woman, it did not affect her weight in this battle. Jiang Wang stepped forward, his body already close. With a head-on sword strike, it pierced straight through. It seemed slow, but the momentum was pressing down. It looked like a simple stab, but there was a sense of bravery in a bloody battle to the death. The number 1 sword style of the human path, an old general past his prime. Yan Zhao's peck was blocked, and seeing Jiang Wang charging over with his sword, he hurriedly flapped his right wing. However, at this moment, his entire body suddenly stopped. There was a faint golden light erupting from his body. The golden needle that Wu Qiuji had shot over. Many medical sects cultivated both medicine and poison. They were good at saving people and killing people. However, the killing techniques of the Golden Needle sect did not involve poison. They had their own unique persistence. The Golden Needle was naturally not poisonous. The damage of this needle was not high, or else Yan Zhao would not have chosen to take this blow head-on. However, after the Golden Needle entered his body, it began to flow through Yan Zhao's body like water. It did not go straight for a vital point, but when Yan Zhao ignored it, it flowed to a special joint. When it flapped its wings, it paused for a moment. The flow of this golden needle was the result of Wu Qiuji's research on Yan Zhao after observing for so long. The explosion of golden light was the resistance of the golden needle itself when Yan Zhao tried to force it out. In this pause, Jiang Wang had already closed in and cleanly stabbed his sword into his abdomen. Yan Zhao directly pecked forward in pain. As Jiang Wang's sword pierced his body, his right hand had already let go. He slapped the sword hilt and dodged to the side. Chang Xiangxi directly pierced through Yan Zhao's body and shot behind him. In this manner, man and sword separated. Jiang Wang circled around Yan Zhao and caught the sword hilt that was shooting far away, then slashed back. Chang Xiangxi let out a clear cry. Yan Zhao's left wing and chest had suffered heavy injuries. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. This could be seen from the dimming of the golden light in his body. He had no way of forcing Wu Qiuji's golden needle out. At this time, a hint of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. His eyes quickly turned red, but in the next moment the redness dissipated. He had almost sunk into pure ruthlessness and madness, but he had forcibly restrained himself. At this time, sobriety required more courage than confusion. However, only sobriety could save him. Yan Zhao endured the pain. Before Chang Xiangxi could slash at him, he flapped his right wing again and disappeared. Jiang Wang, who had caused him the most damage, Wu Qiuji, who had controlled the golden needle to cause trouble in his body, and Su Qi, who could temporarily restrict him, who would he choose? Where would he appear? Pooh! There was the sound of a sharp claw entering his abdomen. Chapter 459. Yan Zhao's target. It was Azure 7 Tree. Jiang Wang abruptly turned around, only to see that the already weakened Azure 7 Tree's abdomen had been pierced once more. In the blink of an eye, he figured out the reason. He understood why Yan Zhao had made such a choice. But how could he say it out loud? How could he tell Azure 7 Tree not to resist? Jiang Wang could only grip his sword tightly and give chase. Qing Qishu, who was already extremely weak, suddenly had his abdomen pierced by a claw. He was in so much pain that he wanted to scream. He wasn't a tough and patient person to begin with. He was the type of person who would scream and scream even if he accidentally fell. He subconsciously clenched his fist and punched towards Yan Zhao's neck. But he just so happened to meet Yan Zhao's gaze at this moment. There was a trace of anticipation within that boundless coldness. He understood. It was waiting for him to counterattack. It was waiting for Azure 7 Tree, a native of the Forest Ocean origin world and a warrior of the Forest Ocean sacred race, so that he could revive after death. The fist stopped in front of Yan Zhao, and only the wind from the fist lightly ruffled Yan Zhao's feathers. Even the wind from the fist was so gentle, like a lover's caress. It was incomparably careful, as if it was afraid of hurting Yan Zhao. Yan Zhao naturally understood that its intentions had been seen through. It was furious. It was terrified. It was even more furious because of its fear. At this moment, its left wing had been severed, its abdomen had been pierced by that sword, and there were even golden needles wreaking havoc within its body. It had already reached its limits. It had no way of escaping, and it was already in a weakened state. It would only become weaker if it left the Yan's nest, and it wouldn't even be able to use its current abilities. There was no way it could escape. It could target Azure 7 Tree and trigger his counterattack, thereby allowing its own death to be tainted by the karma of the natives of the Forest Ocean origin world, thus allowing it to revive. This was the best choice it could think of under the current circumstances. But this warrior in front of it was actually so restrained. That gaze of extreme hatred and loathing, but also of extreme restraint. It actually made it think of death in that instant. True, eternal death. Yen Xiao had never felt such fear in its 800 years of existence. It had always been the only one who brought fear to others. It was undying and indestructible. It existed forever with the world, so how could it feel fear? Even the Baldy, who was far stronger than these people, had not been able to force it to this point. Because at that time, it was far more powerful than it was now. Since the irreversible loss of its power 500 years ago, it had been searching for a new path and a new way to increase its power. He kept trying and enduring. It had already seen the path ahead. Then, this group of people came. Attacking it, hurting it, and actually forcing it to this point. Yen Xiao was furious. Especially the warrior who was facing it head-on. She was just its food, its pet. How dare he look at it with such a gaze? Yen Xiao fiercely pecked forward, directly pecking a hole in Qing Chi Shu's forehead. Pecking through the skin, pecking through the flesh, pecking open the skull. 7 Azure Tree crashed to the ground. Because of its strong vitality, the fallen 7 viridescent trees were still alive. His recovery ability kept attacking, but it was to no avail in front of the empty wound. Yen Xiao was already stepping on his body, staring at him coldly. It told the warrior with its cold eyes. If you don't resist, you'll die. 7 viridescent trees received the message. This kind of information, this kind of threat, he completely received it. Am I afraid? Am I afraid of you? Am I a greedy person who is afraid of death? I am a greedy person who is afraid of death. I am afraid of hunting. I am afraid of being killed by my friends or killing my friends. I know it is a tradition, but I am just afraid. But am I afraid of you, Yen Xiao? Afraid of a monster like you? 7 viridescent trees roared, "Come on! Come on! Come on!" Boundless hatred and anger burned his body and mind. Yen Xiao's mind was very clear, but its posture was crazier. Am I not afraid of death? I don't believe it. Even I know it, even I am afraid of it. It felt that it was weak, and in this weak state, it became more and more ruthless. The black light was dyed, and the beak pecked again and again. 7 viridescent trees' forehead was pecked with a row of holes. Even his left eye and even his face. But he just stayed motionless, just screaming. Come on. Swish. Yen Zhao's attack came, and so did Jiang Wang. A sword light flashed like frost and snow. Yen Xiao, who was crazily attacking 7 viridescent trees for the last fight, was beheaded. Jiang Wang finally arrived. It only hoped that 7 viridescent trees would instinctively fight back, but it didn't happen in the end. Yen Zhao's body, which was almost as tall as an adult, fell straight down, and its beheaded head rolled on the ground of Yan's nest for a few times before it stopped. The hero and the devil lay on the ground on both sides, which was a perfect symmetry that was not in harmony. The choice between life and death was never a simple thing. Jiang Wang squatted down and saw 7 viridescent trees' face at this time. What kind of face was this? The word, full of holes, had always been an exaggerated description, but at this moment, it became a specific description. It was too horrible to look at. Even with Jiang Wang's tough mind, he couldn't bear to look at him anymore. But he couldn't bear not to look at him even more. Is he dead? 7 viridescent trees asked tiredly. Jiang Wang looked back at Yen Zhao's body, then looked at him and said, Dead. Ah, it hurts too much. 7 viridescent trees gasped for breath. Is my face still handsome? With the injuries he received, if it were anyone else present, they would have died long ago. Only he, who had an extremely tenacious life force, could still hold on until now. But it was precisely this tenacious life force that caused him to suffer even more pain. He didn't stop talking, but also to divert attention. Very handsome, Jiang Wang said. Mr. Zhang, you're good at everything, but… He seemed to want to laugh, but in the end, because it affected his wounds too much, he stopped. You're too honest. Wu Qiuji and Su Qi, who had returned to her female form, walked closer, but didn't say anything. With Wu Qiuji's insight, he naturally understood that 7 viridescent trees' injuries couldn't be healed. At this time, 7 viridescent trees lying on the ground asked again, according to what Mr. said, beauties love heroes. If I bring a gift back to Blue Flower at this time, she will definitely love it, right? You still don't believe me? Jiang Wang said with great effort. In my experience, she already loves you to the point of madness. Oh! 7 viridescent trees' eyes were unfocused, as if he was already imagining that beautiful scene. Forget it, he said. Don't give it to her. Don't make her think about me and make her sad. Jiang Wang looked at him silently, not knowing what to say. 7 viridescent trees continued. Yan Xiao is gone. In the future, she can go take a look at the end of the world by herself. That night, Jiang Wang had asked him if he wanted to go take a look at the end of the forest ocean origin realm. He said that it was a good idea, and he wanted to trick Blue Flower into going with him. Now, he understood that he couldn't go. He couldn't have a lover, and he couldn't see the end of the world. Mr. Zhang? He asked. Jiang Wang looked at him. He seemed to be somewhat embarrassed, and he slowly said, Can I punch you? From beginning to end, he had restrained his instincts to counterattack. His fists were tightly clenched, but he didn't take a single hit from his opponent. He was a sacred warrior, and a very powerful one at that. So tired, so wronged. You're being very disrespectful to your teacher. Jiang Wang said, Don't do it again. 7 viridescent trees raised his tightly clenched fist. He lightly touched his opponent's face. It fell. Chapter 460. He can still recover, right? Su Qi asked from behind. Isn't there a delay in his ability? Perhaps, after a while. Jiang Wang didn't say anything. He just shook his head. Of the 3 people from 7 Stars Valley who had entered the Divine Shadowland, he was the most familiar with Qing Qishu. The first person he had met after entering the Forest Ocean Origin Realm was Qing Qishu. This guy was careless and overconfident. He looked down on this and that. At the same time, he was very simple. He believed whatever Jiang Wang said and called him Mr. Zhang. He even accepted all of Jiang Wang's made-up methods of getting a girlfriend and recklessly tried them out in front of the Blue Flower every day. Dying in battle was a warrior's honor, and Qing Qishu had become the hero he wanted to be. It was not appropriate to say that he was sad. Jiang Wang only felt that it was a pity. At the very least, he really wanted to see this guy get a girlfriend. The silence continued for a while. Wu Qiuji suddenly asked, Yan Xiao is already dead, so why hasn't the exit passage been opened yet? Jiang Wang quickly composed himself and stood up with a serious expression. He realized where the problem lay. As the Dragon God emissaries, who had answered the summons, the Dragon God should have opened the exit passage for them after killing Yan Xiao. Of course, there should have been a reward as well. But Yan Xiao was already dead. The Dragon God didn't react at all. He was sure that all the damage had been caused by these descenders, and that they definitely wouldn't trigger Yan Xiao's resurrection condition. Yan Xiao should be completely dead, if that old priest of the sacred race was telling the truth. Then, what about the exit passage? Or could it be that they hadn't fulfilled the Dragon God's decree? The dragon god's request wasn't for them to kill Yan Xiao? Had there been a mistake in the process of the blue flower's transmission and the priest's interpretation? Or was it intentional? Let's leave here first, Jiang Wang said. In any case, there was no point in staying here in a daze. They had to find the reason or return to the divine Shadowland to ask. He walked over to Yan Zhao's corpse and looked at the two of them. I need Yan Zhao's beak. If you have any ideas, you can communicate. He had once jokingly asked Qing Qishu how he could be killed. At the time, Qing Qishu had been choked. Yan Xiao had given him the answer. The swallow owl's beak could suppress the green seven trees' powerful recovery ability. Wu Qiuji said straightforwardly, Su Qi, the second choice is to kill Yan Xiao. My contribution is not as great as yours. As he spoke, he had already decided on the order of dividing Yan Zhao's corpse. Su Qi said, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you the truth. Actually, I came from Thieving Heaven Manor, and my real name is Su Qiyun. Perhaps it was because he had already revealed his true identity, or perhaps it was because he had gained more trust after this battle. In short, she had no objections to the allocation at all. She only reintroduced herself. Jiang Wang glanced at her in surprise. Stealing Heaven Manor and Liang Shanglo were two completely different sections. The latter could not be compared to the former, while the former could be compared to the East King Valley. Su Qiyun explained, I'm just borrowing Liang Shanglo's identity, in order to participate in the Seven Stars Pavilion's secret realm. Of course, a sect like the Stealing Heaven sect wouldn't belong to the Qi Kingdom, and the Seven-Star Secret Realm was open to the Qi people. It doesn't matter. Jiang Wang cut off Yan Zhao's beak and said, You know, I'm not Zhang Linchuan. Wu Qiuji was stunned. So I'm the only one with the real name? Actually, I already knew about you, Su Qiyun said as she bent down and cut off Yan Zhao's right wing. I'll just take the wing. Jiang Wang naturally knew that his information was not a secret to Su Qiyun, so he asked casually, Am I that famous? Little Yu. Su Qiyun paused for a moment before continuing, Little Yu and Bai Qiong are good friends. Bai Qiong mentioned you in a letter a while ago. It was probably because Yan Xiao had been killed that she could finally mention the name Little Yu. Zhu Biqiong. He did not expect to hear his friend's name in the Forest Ocean Origin Realm, which was connected to the Seven-Star Secret Realm. Jiang Wang was somewhat curious. What did she say? He did not doubt the veracity of her words. Firstly, there was no need for Su Qiyun to lie about this. If she wanted to make friends with him, she would have done so on the first day they met. There was no need to wait until now. Secondly, Fishing Sea Tower and Stealing Heaven Manor could be considered to be on the same level. It was possible that Little Yu was on good terms with Zhu Biqiong. She said you're a good person, Su Qiyun said. That's all. Su Qiyun stood up to search for the other wing. What else do you want? How did you squeeze her dry? How did you make a disciple of a prestigious sect work herself to death in your crappy town while you ran off to Linzi? Jiang Wang rubbed his nose awkwardly. This also explained why Su Qiyun was willing to believe him from the start. It was not only because she had obtained information about him, but also because Zhu Biqiong had guaranteed him. Wu Qiuji listened in silence for a while, but he did not interfere with their conversation. He only said, I'll take all of the leftovers. I want to return to the sect and study Yan Zhao's corpse. I want to find out why it's undying. Jiang Wang said in surprise, Your storage box can fit all of them? The larger the storage space, the more expensive the storage box. Most storage boxes had limited storage space. Usually, the interior of the box was divided into lattices. Each lattice could hold a few items, but not many. They could only hold some clothes, medicine bottles, Tao origin stones, and so on. A corpse of Yan Zhao's size could not be stuffed inside. For example, the one Jiang Wang often used only had 20 lattices. Just dismember it, Wu Qiuji said calmly. Oh! Jiang Wang's reaction was also very calm. He cut off the beak and Su Qian cut off the wing. They were dismembering Yan Xiao, but Wu Qiuji probably did it more meticulously. After he finished taking care of Yan Xiao, Jiang Wang picked up Qing Qishu's corpse. Let's go. They had to send him back to the land of God's shadow to be buried. He leaped up. When he flew out of the bird's nest, he had a strange feeling. He was dazed for a moment, and then he appeared in front of the wooden house. The wooden house was still the same wooden house, but the tailless swallow no longer poked its head out of the bird's nest under the eaves. Jiang Wang turned and walked out. Yan Xiao was already dead, so he did not intend to enter the wooden house to investigate. Right now, the passage was the most important. He did not want to be trapped here for the rest of his life. Su Qian and Wu Qiuji had no objections. The forest of hanging skulls was still gloomy, but because Yan Xiao was dead and his corpse had been cleanly divided, they did not feel as nervous as when they first arrived. In the future, there will be no more heads hanging here. The forest of hanging skulls will soon become history. Wu Qiuji could not help but glance at Qing Qishu and sigh. When they entered the forest of hanging skulls, Qing Qishu had said, "In the future, the one hanging on this tree could be me, or it could be my child." Perhaps it was these words that made him make up his mind and give up everything for it. "I hope so," Jiang Wang said. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. When they were about to leave the forest of hanging skulls, Jiang Wang stopped and looked up at the sky. It's almost dark. There should still be some time, but the night has come early today. There are long and short days. This is very normal, Wu Qiuji said. Let's hurry through the night, Su Qian said. Yan Xiao is dead. There's nothing to be afraid of at night. Jiang Wang quickly turned around. No, let's go back. Wu Qiuji and Su Qian did not know what was going on, but they had just established trust with him, so they turned around as well. The wind howled. The three of them had just returned to the forest when they saw the wooden house. Jiang Wang had already taken out the divine dragon incense he had found on Qing Qishu's body and lit it with a flick of his finger. What's wrong? Wu Qiuji had just spoken. Their vision darkened. Night suddenly descended upon the forest ocean origin realm. P.S. There's a welfare activity in the comments section. You can earn Qidian coins by commenting. There's a total of 20,000 coins. Everyone can participate. Chapter 461. The forest ocean origin realm was gloomy even during the day, and the night was especially dark. In the pitch-black night, the burning red of the mystical dragon incense was particularly eye-catching. Su Qian's voice echoed in the darkness. Isn't Yan Xiao already dead? Why do we still need to light the divine dragon incense? Jiang Wang placed the 7 azure tree on the ground, and a flame flower blossomed from the tip of his index finger, gently floating in the air. The flame flowers brought with them light, illuminating Su Qian and Wu Qiuji's faces, which were sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Yan Xiao is dead, but the night invasion might not have disappeared, Jiang Wang said. According to the information Su Qian had gathered, Yan Xiao was closely related to the night invasion, and it was very likely that Yan Xiao had created the night invasion. But the question was, where did Su Qian's information come from? It came from the Forest Ocean Sacred Clan study. In other words, if the Forest Ocean Saint Clan wanted her to find out something, she could only find out what it was. As for the truth, who knew? I don't understand what you mean. Su Qian clearly found it difficult to accept. She had finally found the culprit behind the night invasion, and came to the Hanging Skull Forest to take revenge for Little Yu. Now that Jiang Wang said that Yan Xiao was dead, the night invasion might not have disappeared. Didn't this mean that everything she had done was useless? Jiang Wang was about to explain when Wu Qiuji suddenly interrupted them. Did you guys notice? His voice was somewhat doubtful. The bird's nest seems to have disappeared? The flame flower Jiang Wang had just released was very small and only illuminated the area in front of the three of them. Upon hearing Wu Qiuji's words, the flame flower suddenly expanded and soared into the air, clearly illuminating the area in front of the wooden house. Jiang Wang had long since mastered the flame flower Dao technique. At this moment, they could clearly see that the bird's nest under the roof of the wooden house that Yan Shao had been resting in had indeed disappeared. Jiang Wang had been in a hurry to light the divine dragon incense, and hadn't noticed this. Su Qian was also wondering why Jiang Wang had turned back, but Wu Qiuji's observation was much more detailed. What's going on? Is Yan Shao not dead? Or resurrected? Su Qian frowned. No, it's already dead. He didn't revive either. Jiang Wang observed his own storage box and said, My swallow-owl's beak is still here. According to the records, if Yan Shao is resurrected, its previous corpse will also disappear. Su Qian looked around vigilantly. Then who can explain why the swallow's nest disappeared? Was there anyone else here apart from us? I can't explain it now. I'm as confused as you are. As Jiang Wang spoke, he let go of the doubts in his heart and walked into the cabin. Since you're back, let's go in and have a look. There was a wooden house in the depths of the forest of hanging skulls. Yan Shao was resting under the eaves of the wooden house. Just like an ordinary Tang Qianyan. Today the night came early. Yan Shao died, but Yan Shao suddenly disappeared. This inevitably made people uneasy. The unknown was the greatest fear. Wu Qiuji and Su Qian were not people who had not seen terror before, but at this time, they could not help but follow behind Jiang Wang, unwilling to stay outside alone. A flame flower floated in front of them, like a lantern. The first place they entered was the central room. They had already seen the layout outside during the day. A bench, a wooden table, simple and simple. After entering, there were no changes. There was a room on the left and right, separated by curtains. Jiang Wang raised his sword and separated them. One was a kitchen with a stove and firewood. The other was a bedroom with a wooden bed. There was nothing else. It was a very, very ordinary wooden house. Perhaps the only thing unusual about it was that it appeared in the forest of hanging skulls. Jiang Wang said nothing and sat down on the bench in the central room. The flame flower floated above the wooden table like a chandelier. Wu Qiuji sat across from him. This Taoist technique of yours is very convenient. If everyone was like you, the hanging light lantern wouldn't be able to be sold. The two of them were sitting on either side of the wooden table. Su Qian walked around and chose to sit across from the main door. She clearly did not want to face the night with her back to the door. The flame flower could be used as a lantern because of its high stability. It was not as simple as just casually controlling one's origin energy to form a fireball. It could be used to illuminate the room, but the constant loss of origin energy would cause the caster to suffer greatly. Su Qian glanced at him and said, Chu Zhuguangluye's unique Taoist technique is much more valuable than the hanging light lantern. Wu Qiuji casually changed the topic in order to ease his uneasiness, and she played along. Ah. Wu Qiuji said in a muffled voice, I don't know him. Zhuguangluye was indeed a prominent figure in Tianjiao, but not everyone had heard of him, especially since he came from a small sect like the Golden Needle sect. Just the powers within Qi were enough to give him a headache. He directly asked Jiang Wang, Aren't you a hereditary baron of Qi? How are you related to Chu? It's just a Taoist technique, so there's no need to talk about it. Besides, the flame flower has already been deciphered by many people. Jiang Wang did not want to discuss this topic any further. He changed the topic and said, The forest ocean origin realm is very dangerous at night. Rather than going out into the unknown, it's better to stay here. If there's anything else, we'll continue to observe tomorrow morning. Jiang Wang had thought this through very clearly. The greatest danger in the forest of hanging skulls was undoubtedly Yan Shao. Now that Yen Xiao was completely dead, this place was actually much safer than the other places in the Forest Ocean Origin realm. Yen Xiao's mysterious disappearance was naturally something worth paying attention to, but it was not a wise move to search for clues in this kind of night. Jiang Wang chose to wait patiently in the wooden hut for the night and then act after daybreak. This was a prudent choice. He had even begun to prepare for cultivation. Wu Qiuji was indifferent. He used a golden needle to poke at the wooden table, as if he was testing something. Su Qian looked at him and said, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, you said that Yen Xiao is dead, but the night invasion might not have disappeared. What did you mean by that?" Jiang Wang knew that he would not be able to pass without answering her questions. He thought for a moment, then said, "The old priestess told me a story. She said that this story could not be heard by the other members of the sacred race. Now that Qishu is dead, I can tell you guys about it." He chose to tell them about the senior descender, monk Guan Yin. "I didn't think that there would be such an extraordinary man among Buddhists." Su Qian was clearly moved by this story. So that's how the Forest Ocean Sacred Races Lovers Hunt tradition came about. It's truly a pity. No wonder Qing Qishu. Wu Qiuji's perspective was different. The sect gave him so many resources to cultivate and become a transcendent. In the end, after he succeeded in his cultivation, he ended up in a foreign land, unwilling to leave because of a woman. How could he face the sect that he came from? How could he face all the resources that he spent? The two of them had different backgrounds, which determined their perspectives on the matter. This was one of the ways of the world. Sometimes it was hard to tell whether it was right or wrong. Jiang Wang pondered over his own observations. He then explained the reason why he told this story. From the story told by the Sacred Race's priestess, combined with their history, we know that around 800 years ago, Yen Xiao appeared, and the offering of heads occurred in the land of divine shadow. After that, 500 years ago, under Guan Yan's leadership, it evolved into the Lover's Hunt tradition. Have you guys ever thought about what happened in the 300 years? Jiang Wang asked. Chapter 462. Almost 300 years had passed between the offering of the heads and the hunting. What had happened during this short period of time? Su Qian couldn't help but wonder what the Forest Ocean Sacred Tribe would do when faced with an undying monster like Yen Xiao. Her expression became very serious as she thought of a possibility. The wooden huts and caves we saw on our way to the Forest of Hanging Skulls all indicate that humans once lived here. It's easy to imagine that there were many tribes living in the Forest Ocean Origin realm a long time ago. One of these tribes occupied the land of divine shade either because of their martial prowess or because they were blessed by the gods. That's how they became known as the Sacred Tribe. At this point, Jiang Wang asked, "Then why did those tribes go extinct? Was it because of Yen Xiao?" "I don't think so." Jiang Wang continued his analysis. "Even though Yen Xiao's intelligence fluctuates greatly, it's still intelligent. There's no way it doesn't understand the concept of draining the pond to catch all the fish. Moreover, it's clear from its taming of the Forest Ocean Sacred Tribe that it knows how to enjoy its food for a longer period of time." "Did anyone notice those skulls hanging from the trees outside?" Jiang Wang said, "Most of them are different from the Forest Ocean Sacred Tribe's skulls in the land of divine shade." Wu Qiuji pulled the golden needle out of the wooden table and stopped being distracted. The theory Jiang Wang was describing was very terrifying. "The priest told me that when Guan Yin descended as the emissary of the dragon god, the Forest Ocean Origin realm was at its most chaotic. Guan Yin was the only emissary of the dragon god who managed to find the sacred tribe alive." Jiang Wang's spine was as straight as a sword as he sat. He asked, "Yen Xiao is wreaking havoc, the Forest Ocean Sacred Tribe is trapped in the land of divine shade, all kinds of wild beasts are running rampant, and the dragon god has been dormant for many years. None of these are the most chaotic times in the forest-ocean origin realm. Then what was the forest-ocean origin realm's most chaotic period like? Su Qian said, I think that was a time when the forest-ocean sacred tribe hunted the other tribes and sacrificed the heads of the other tribes to Yan Xiao to protect themselves. That was a hunting and counter-hunting that affected the entire forest-ocean origin realm. Hatred, pain, resentment, conflict, killing. Entire tribes disappeared. The cabin fell into silence. You mean? Wu Qiuji said with some difficulty. The forest-ocean Saint clan should be our enemy? Not necessarily. Jiang Wang turned his head and looked outside the wooden house. Qing Qishu's body was lying there. The forest-ocean sacred clan is the main culprit behind the extermination of the other tribes. This might explain why Guanyin was the only dragon god emissary who survived more than 500 years ago. It was because he met the priestess who was still very young and fell in love with him at first sight. But to the other members of the sacred race, descenders are no different from people from other races. They are all reserves for Yan Xiao. We need to know what happened 500 years ago, allowing the young priests to become priests, allowing the descenders from the outside to observe and guide the traditions of the forest-ocean sacred clan. Only then would he be able to determine the difference between the current forest-ocean sacred clan and the past. After that, we will be able to determine whether the forest-ocean saint clan is a friend or foe. Because of the 7 azure trees? Su Qian asked directly. Because of the azure 7 trees, even if you made such a terrifying conjecture, do you still have any illusions about the current forest-ocean sacred race? It is him, and not only him. Jiang Wang said, we have all lived in the godly Shadowland for a few days. Which part of the people there have anything to do with the Dark Era? Thinking of the godly Shadowland's tranquility and brightness, even Wu Qiuji could not help but nod his head. So I have never thought in this direction. Even after Yan Zhao's death, the exit passage was still not opened. This forced me to reconsider this possibility. Speaking up to here, Jiang Wang thought for a moment and continued, perhaps we should first figure out what the dragon god's divine decree is. Is the information that the priest interpreted to us true? How do we figure it out? Wu Qiuji asked, kidnap her? Force her to answer? We might not be her match. Azure Saintess? Wu Qiuji asked again. If there was no other way, this was also a way. While Jiang Wang was still considering, Su Qian said, I do not care what happened to the forest-ocean sacred race or what changes there are. I only want to know how the night invasion happened and how to destroy it. Jiang Wang did not say anything for a while. He had always been thinking about how to successfully complete his exploration and leave the forest-ocean origin realm. However, he knew that Su Qian's position might not be the same as theirs. Just like how she had not been interested in Yan Xiao back then and only decided to come to the Forest of Hanging Skulls after confirming that Yan Xiao was the cause of the night invasion. Not only did she not care about what happened to the forest-ocean sacred race, but she also did not care about how to leave the forest-ocean origin realm. At the very least, she did not care about this until she took revenge for Little Fish. What do you want to do? Wu Qiuji asked her. I'm not trying to pour cold water on you, but the night invasion is something that the forest-ocean sacred race has not been able to deal with for hundreds of years. How much time do you have to spend here? My entire life, Su Qian said. My entire life. I cannot let Little Fish die without knowing why. Wu Qiuji asked her how much time she had to spend here, and she replied that she would spend as much time as she could. Jiang Wang understood. In short, she did not plan to kidnap the Azure Saintess and verify some divine decree with them. However, Su Qian, who came from the Thieving Heaven Manor, was undoubtedly more suitable than any of them to do such a sneaky thing. Although the Thieving Heaven Manor was different from Liang Shanglu in nature, they were still very good at stealing. If the kidnapping of the Azure Saintess was exposed, it was very likely that they would be beaten to death by the Sacred Race's warriors. The Forest Ocean Sacred Race's warriors were only unable to deal with Yan Xiao, but they themselves were not weak. Not to mention, there was still that unfathomable old shaman. Jiang Wang asked, "Since you've said so, I'm sure you've already thought of what to do? Why don't you tell us, and we'll help you consider it?" Although the two sides had their differences, it was not impossible for them to reach an agreement. Su Qian said, "I want to see for myself what this damn thing is." "Are you crazy?" Wu Qiuji said very directly. "Even if you want to die, this is not the way to do it." Jiang Wang sighed. "The dead are already gone. Those who are still alive should live well. I believe that her spirit in the heavens would also wish for you to be well. You don't understand. You don't understand what little fish means to me." Su Qian lowered her eyes. She inexplicably disappeared. "How can I be well? This is the only way." She repeated, "This is the only way." The floating flame flower was not stingy with the light, but she lowered her head slightly, her entire face seeming to be in the shadows. "I originally wanted to. I just wanted to steal something and leave. I didn't want to fight. I wanted to avoid fighting. What Yan Xiao, what 7-star tower? I just wanted to work without exerting myself, take advantage of the situation and run. When you open the passage, I'll take little fish and sneak in. I run very fast. I come from the thieving heaven manor. I'm really good at running away." "But now," Su Qian said, "I won't run away again." She got up and walked out of the room without hesitation. She walked out of the range of the Divine Dragon incense and into the darkness. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.